Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to welcome you all to today's workshop that is going to be discussing the high commodity prices and the policy options as the way forward. My name is Andrew Elwana and I'll be your MC for today. Ladies and gentlemen, I thank you once again for your patience. I know we have started we are right now way behind time, but however, I do promise you that we shall make up for this time. At this particular point, I would like us all to rise in respect of the anthems. Please kindly remain standing as I invite Ms. Martha Chirabo to lead us in an opening prayer.
Good morning, everybody. Let us pray. Dear God, we thank you so much for this morning. Thank you for the gift of life, for every organization represented here, for our country, Uganda, for all that we'll discuss, Lord. Please guide us. Enable us to carry conviction in what we discuss today. May not be business as usual, ticking off something off, an event off a checklist, but may it be purposeful, may it be meaningful. Thank you. Go ahead of us. In your name we pray. Amen.
Thank you so much, Martha. Honorable Minister Henry Musasizi, representing the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, the Permanent Secretary and Secretary to the Treasury, Honorable Ramadan Ngovi, the Deputy Governor, Bank of Uganda, Mr. Michael Eting Ego, board members of the Bank of Uganda, all protocols observed, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to welcome you once again to today's workshop. It is going to be a jam-packed workshop with a lot of discussion on what is currently trending in the public space. I would like also to let you know that please do not be afraid of the cameras. We do have a presence online. We are live, both on Zoom and on YouTube. So please kindly feel free, and I'd also like to welcome those who are watching us online. I do pray that you shall stay with us, stay logged on for the rest of the presentation. At this particular juncture, I would like to welcome the hosts of this wonderful event and to give the welcoming remarks to this audience. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my profound honor to invite the Deputy Governor, Bank of Uganda, Mr. Michael Eting Ego. A round of applause for the DG as he walks here.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of State for Finance, Honorable Musasizi, standing in for the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. Any Ministers of State here, the Honorable Members of Parliament, heads of the diplomatic missions, members of the Constitutional Commission, permanent secretaries, distinguished presenters and participants, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. A very good morning to all of you. I want to begin by thanking each and everyone present here in person and on virtual platforms for joining this policy workshop that is jointly hosted by the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development and the Bank of Uganda to discuss the various views on the impact of the high commodity prices, as well as the optimal policy responses to this shock that has hit the world and our economy. Ladies and gentlemen, you are all most welcome to this policy workshop. We look forward to your active engagement today as we put our heads together to forge a constructive way forward from this shock that is threatening to suck the steam out of economic recovery that has taken a firm hold following the reopening of the economy in January this year. In his recent address to the nation, His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, remarked about our commendable resilience to the numerous diverse shocks that have rocked the nation in the most recent past. At the risk of preaching to the converted, let me highlight the essence of this very popular word, resilience. In the words of a fellow central banker, Mr. Ravi Menon, the Managing Director of the Singapore Monetary Authority, resilience is not just about being strong. It's not even about staying on your feet all the time. Resilience is about getting back again after being knocked down and to keep moving forward. This timely expression, "These too shall pass," reminds us of the difficult season we are going through now and that it will not last forever. It inspires us, particularly when you look at it from the book of Galatians, chapter 6, verse 9, which says, "And let us not grow weary in doing good, for in due season we shall reap if we do not give up." Let's face our challenges and forge a way forward undaunted. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the purpose of this policy workshop, i.e., to intensively discuss the evolution and the impact of the high commodity prices and to assess the effectiveness of the various policy options with a view to crafting a fruitful way forward with tangible recommendations and policy actions. And these actions have got to be practical. So far, Uganda has avoided a knee-jerk reactive approach in dealing with spike in commodity prices. Taking the long-term view and the subject to outlook of inflation development, the Bank of Uganda, on its part, has adopted a measured and a data-dependent response to the upturn in inflation so far. Recall the favorite motto of Augustus Caesar, the first Roman emperor, i.e., festina lente, or make hasty slowly. In other words, the quickest way to respond to spiking commodity prices appropriately is to take the correct policy response the first time. Towards the end of this workshop, the Permanent Secretary to Secretary Treasury in the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, and I will leverage the deliberation of the day and indicate the most viable policy options and tangible interventions to help the country successfully contend with the high commodity prices. But before then, Dr. Fred Muhumza, a senior lecturer at Makerere University and a prominent public intellectual, will steward two rich sessions on the global perspective as well as the welfare impact of the spiked commodity prices. We are most grateful to the key presenters, the diverse panelists who graciously have accepted our invitation to lead the deliberation of this policy workshop. It's now my distinct honor and privilege, ladies and gentlemen, to invite Honorable Henry Musasizi to deliver the opening address of the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. You are most welcome, Honorable Minister, to address us and officially open this policy workshop. I thank you all for listening to me, and God bless.
Thank you so much, Deputy Governor, for your remarks. I can see quite a number of colleagues from Parliament, the Chairman of the National Economic Committee of Parliament, Honorable Chemaswet and others, our Permanent Secretary from the Ministry of Finance, Deputy Governor, Bank of Uganda, the IMF and World Bank representatives, other development partners here with us, members from the private sector and the civil society led by, I can see my friend Julius Mukunda, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. I am honored to preside over this policy workshop that is going to deliberate on the topical issue of the rising prices of essential commodities in the country, their effects on the household welfare, and the government policy interventions and strategies to sustainably deal with the socio-economic challenges. But before I dwell on the subject of high commodity prices, allow me to provide some highlights on the recent performance of the economy. The economic growth this financial year is projected at 3.8% to 4.5%, with a positive outlook in the medium term, where the growth is projected at between 6 and 6.5% per annum. The positive outlook is driven by the roaring manufacturing sector, full reopening of the economy, increased production and productivity in agriculture built around the parish development model, the continued government investment in infrastructure such as roads, energy, industrial parks, growth in the ICT sector, and oil production-related activities. Headline inflation was 4.9% for the year ending April 2022. However, this was below the policy target of 5% per annum. The increase in the inflation rate was due to a combination of supply and demand factors that continued to affect prices in April 2022. I will talk more about this later. There was an improvement in the level of economic activity according to the Purchasing Managers Index and Composite Index of Economic Activity. Investors' sentiments about doing business in Uganda remained positive in April 2022, as illustrated in the Business Tendency Index, which remained above the indicative threshold of 50 at 56.4 in April 2022. Last month, the shilling strengthened against the US dollar, appreciating by 1.3% to a monthly average of shillings 3,541.5 per dollar from 3,589.8 per dollar recorded in the previous month. This appreciation was on account of higher dollar inflows, especially from foreign portfolio investors. The interest rates on government securities have declined in April 2022, partly on account of decrease in government borrowing requirements. I thought Julius would clap for this. Because he has been on government all the time on TV and workshops, reduce borrowing. At least this year, you see, there has been some positive action in that direction. Whereas we had projected the shortfall in domestic revenue of about Uganda shillings 1.5 trillion this year, I'm happy to report that the cumulative shortfall as of April 2022 was Uganda shillings 787 billion. These indicators I have mentioned show that the economy is picking momentum on its recovery path from the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic. what are the trends in the domestic, regional, and international inflation? Back to the main focus of our discussion today. Until recently, domestic prices and inflation in Uganda have been low. The headline inflation has averaged at 3.9% between financial years 2012-13 and 2021-2022. This is a 10-year period. However, in the recent months, there has been significant increase in prices for some of the essential commodities and services. These include rounded bar soap, fuel in terms of diesel and petrol, cooking oil, some food crop items, especially wheat, education services, and building materials in terms of cement and steel, among others. As a result, the overall monthly inflation has increased considerably from 2.7% in January 2022 to 4.9% in April 2022. Accordingly, the government has faced pressure to intervene and bring down the prices, including suggestions to remove or reduce taxes and to provide subsidies. It should be noted that inflation has risen everywhere in the world, including in the advanced countries, emerging economies, and Uganda's peers, that is, the developing countries. For example, annual inflation rate in the US accelerated to 8.5% in March 2022, the highest they have recorded in 40 years, before reducing slightly to 8.3% in April 2022. In the United Kingdom, inflation increased to 9% in the last month of April, the highest they have recorded since January 1989. Likewise, prices have increased in several of the middle-income emerging economies, such as Brazil at 12.1%, India 7.8%, as well as in the developing countries, such as Ethiopia at 36.6%, Rwanda at 10.5%, Kenya at 6.5%, among others. Therefore, despite this rapid increase, Uganda's inflation, which is now at 4.9%, is still among the lowest in the region and the world. That said, however, information from the Uganda Bureau of Statistics shows that prices of some essential commodities have increased rapidly and caused discomfort among sections of Ugandans. In particular, cooking oil prices have increased by 44% in the past 1 year to April 2022. The price of rounded bar soap has increased by 87% in the past 1 year, while fuel prices have risen by 38% during the past 1 year. Petrol price has increased by 35.8%, and sugar price has increased by 13.6% in the past 1 year. What exactly has caused the recent increase in the prices of essential commodities. The causes of the recent increase in the prices of essential commodities are as follows. Number one, the effect of COVID-19 restrictions across the world disrupted supply chains, leading to higher transport costs and shortage of intermediate raw materials used to produce items such as laundry bar soap, cooking oil, and others. In the recent past, global economy has faced high shipping costs, a shortage of shipping containers, and higher fuel prices, altogether leading to supply shortages globally. For instance, shipping costs per 20-foot container from Shanghai to Mombasa has increased from United States dollars 3,050, approximately 11 million Uganda shillings, in 2020 to United States dollars 6,100, approximately 22 million, and these costs have been passed on to the consumers in the form of higher prices. Number two, the full opening of economies globally following relative containment of COVID-19 has led to rapid rise in the aggregate demand for a number of fast-moving goods, beginning with oil. Yet production levels had been constrained by COVID-19 restrictions, as earlier highlighted above. A combination of the two has led to increase in prices everywhere in the world. The situation has been worsened by the Russia-Ukraine conflict, which has further disrupted supply of oil, cereals such as wheat, maize, and sunflower oil, as well as essential metals like aluminum and nickel. The two countries are major producers and exporters of these commodities. What is government of Uganda doing from the fiscal side to address the problem? When prices increased, a section of people, including opinion leaders and civil society, exerted pressure to government to intervene by suggesting a number of options, including removal or deduction of taxes and on the affected items, and provision of subsidies on oil to bring down the prices. The Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development made a comprehensive analysis of the implications of these suggestions, and here are some of the highlights from the analysis. Number one, the tax contribution to the final price of the 8 key essential goods whose prices have increased rapidly, that is cooking oil, soap, sugar, wheat flour, maize flour, fuel, both petrol, diesel, and kerosene, cement and steel, ranges from 6.7% for kerosene to 27% for petrol, with the others having an average tax contribution of 19.7%. This clearly shows that taxes are not the main cause of the price increase. Number two, the projected total revenue from these selected key consumer goods is Uganda shillings 4.52 trillion, which is 18% of our projected total revenue collection for the financial year 2021-2022. Number three, any temporary benefits that would accrue from tax reduction in an environment of increasing prices caused by external factors would cause self-reinforcing price increases if consumers decide to buy more or even hoard the goods whose prices would have reduced following a tax reduction. This has been evident in case of fuel subsidies in some of the neighboring countries. The benefit is soon lost, and yet the Treasury loses the badly needed revenue to provide social services and facilitate development. We have also stayed away from subsidies because they are neither efficient at targeting the intended beneficiaries nor sustainable. Subsidies tend to result into what economists call the zero-sum game, meaning some people gaining the equivalent of other people's loss, such that the net change in the benefit will be zero. Research on expenditure in a number of African countries that used subsidies in the past shows that the rich benefit more than the poor households from the subsidy on products such as fuel and other fast-moving goods. The increase in prices of essential commodities is a temporary one, and prices will soon normalize. For example, although the price of cement had reached Uganda shillings 38,000 by the start of April 2022, it has dropped significantly to Uganda shillings 31,000 by mid-May 2022. It is projected to reduce even further as the supply of imported clinker, which had been disrupted by COVID-19, increases. The price of roundel bar soap has also reduced from Uganda shillings 10,000, which was mainly brought about as a result of hoarding, to an average of Uganda shillings 6,300 now. Number three, ocean freight charges have also started to reduce. For example, the freight charges for a 20-feet container from Shanghai, China to Mombasa has reduced from a peak of United States dollars 6,100 in December 2021 to US dollars 2,950 now. The charges for the 20-feet container have also reduced from USD 9,400 to USD 5,650. This reduction in transport costs will eventually translate into reduced domestic prices. In the financial year 2011-2012, those of you who may recall, we faced high inflation in the region because of the drought that caused food prices to increase significantly. Inflation reached a peak of 24.4% in November 2011. Some of the leaders incited the public to engage in the walk-to-work protests. The government resisted the pressure to implement distortionary policies and instead concentrated on implementing appropriate, prudent fiscal and monetary policies. In a few months later, the overall inflation had dropped to below 5% per year, or our target inflation rate. This demonstrates the need to be patient as the supply constraints that have led to global shortages abate. This will be important to avoid policy measures that could lead to long-term distortions in the economy. It is therefore important that we continue to maintain sound fiscal and monetary policies while working to increase our production capacities to take advantage of the crisis. In conclusion, therefore, from the fiscal policy side, government is going to continue doing the following. 1, supporting farmers to grow more fast-maturing food and oil seeds to ensure sufficient domestic supply, as well as take advantage of the rising global and regional prices to boost our export earnings. Government is scaling up production on oil palm, sunflower, and soybeans to ensure sufficient domestic supply. Number 2, we shall maintain a competitive environment to support a continuous supply of the goods and services whose stream is currently constrained. This is intended to ensure that demand does not outstrip supply. Number 3, working with the private sector, we shall expedite alternative fuel import routes across Lake Victoria to avoid unnecessary supply disruptions during the election season in Kenya. Number 4, using appropriate fiscal and monetary policies, we shall mitigate the impact of the price shocks. And number 5, in the medium term, we shall construct additional fuel shortage infrastructure, fuel storage infrastructure, and stock them with the fuel to provide for strategic reserves to cushion consumers from effects of fuel supply shocks. Number 6, we shall expedite the implementation of the project activities to ensure timely start of oil production as well as development of an oil refinery. Number 7, we shall continue to support the citizens and businesses to recover their sources of livelihood from the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic so that they can withstand such shocks using funds such as the MYOGA, Small Business Recovery Fund, Microfinance Support Center, Uganda Development Bank, and funding under the financial inclusion pillar of the parish development model. Fellow Ugandans, in short, temporary solutions aimed at addressing external shocks for which the government has little or no control can lead to long-term and painful distortions in the economy. We should avoid them and instead concentrate on fully recovering the economy and increase the domestic production capacity of the economy. Ladies and gentlemen, with these highlights on the economy and policy responses to the high prices of essential commodities, I now have the honor to officially open this policy workshop. Please have candid but informed deliberations. The recommendations will help to inform government decisions to overcome the challenges we face today. Thank you so much for listening to me, for God and my country.
Thank you so much, Honorable Musasizi, for those opening remarks and giving a highlight into the current situation in the economy and the actions being taken by government to tackle the problem of high commodity prices. I thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, surely this subject is quite big, and as the Minister stated in his remarks, it does take various perspectives. So in the next session, we are now going to try and simplify what has just been shared by the Minister and dissect it into smaller parts that we can take home in regards to the actions being taken. So ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure now to inform you that we are now going to go into 3 sessions, 2 in the morning and 1 in the afternoon, in which we shall tackle the global perspective, the distribution channels, and later on, the policy options. And to help us to guide the discussion, I would like to welcome the moderator. Our moderator for the day is Dr. Fred Muhumuza. He's a Ugandan national with a PhD from the University of Manchester. He has been involved in development policy research, analysis, formulation, and review for over 20 years with a parallel teaching career at the University of Makerere, Nkumba University, and the African Bible University. He has undertaken assignments in public policy as a researcher, as well as capacity building for parliament, civil society, and the private sector. From 2006 to 2014, he worked as an economic advisor to the Ministry of Finance, Planning, and Economic Development in Uganda. Prior to that, Dr. Muhumuza worked as a research fellow at the Economic Policy Research Center. He has also worked as a senior manager at KPMG Uganda. with the financial sector deepening of Uganda. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my singular honor to invite and welcome Dr. Fred Muhumuza.
Thank you, MC, and thank you, Honorable Minister, for the opening remarks and also opening the workshop to allow us to deliberate. I don't know what we are going to do in case you had reserved your rights not to open the workshop. We'll just take tea and go back home. But thank you, and thank you, Deputy Governor, and everybody in Ministry of Finance for arranging this important workshop and conversation, and giving me the opportunity and the honor to moderate. Mine is moderation. So if you hear me giving any views, you are free to disregard them if they are not in line with moderation. But that is to your liberty to decide what is moderation and when is he making a contribution as a citizen. It's a pleasure to have gone to Manchester. The trophies are always around Manchester. It's the other one or the other one. Even Liverpool is part of Manchester. We are always winners. And so we want to begin off with that global perspective. I know Ugandans enjoy local football, but also the bigger football. We want to look at the global developments, what implications of those high commodity prices or these high commodity prices, inflation, as well as related tangible policy advice. I was sitting on my table there and I said, I just don't want to hear the global story. I want to hear what are these related tangible policy advice. I've known IMF for policy advice. So me, I'm looking forward to the policy advice. What can we do? What should we do? What should we have done? These kinds of things are important for us. So to take us through that beginning part, I will invite the panel later. But let's first listen in to the global developments. And we have resident representative of the International Monetary Fund. I'll stick to what is on the program for you. She will tell you her names herself. Thank you.
Good morning, dear Fred. You will have to endure the global perspective, but I do have some policy advice for you as well. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for having me here today. So today I will present the institutional view of the IMF on the outlook on growth and inflation as per the latest World Economic Outlook and other studies that were prepared in the IMF in the context of the spring meetings in April. So very fresh perspective. So just a moment, I do need my slides and a pointer to flip them, please, if it's possible, since I have a lot of graphs to show you today. So I will start by giving you an overview of the growth revisions. Thank you so much. And inflation outlook, and then I will move to discuss a bit what are the channels of transmissions of international prices to the local economy. There will be a section also describing, borrowing from a study of our Fiscal Affairs Department on how have countries reacted to the current pressures on prices. And we'll offer some institutional views on policies that are most desired. The main messages in the study are that the war in Ukraine is amplifying economic forces that were already shaping the global recovery from the pandemic. And the economic damage from the conflict will contribute to a significant slowdown in global growth in 2022 and add to inflation. The risks to this outlook are actually high. These are potentially prolonged conflict, social unrest in countries due to high prices, and this adds to the already known challenges of global change and potential repetition of pandemic risks. This is the figure in front of you just gives you a bit of a flavor of what the high frequency indicators on global activity shows. And what we see is that in 2021 we witnessed a strong recovery. And then towards the end of 2021 and the beginning of 22, we have seen a stronger pickup, and then immediately afterwards a decline more recently in the second quarter. What are the implications of these near-term developments for the IMF's view on global growth? Global growth is projected to slow from an estimated 6.1% in 2021 to 3.6% in 2022 and 23. This is 0.8 and 0.2 percentage points lower for 2022 and 23 than projected in our previous estimate in January. Beyond 2023, global growth is forecast to decline to about 3.3% over the medium term. And the revisions are, as I said, mainly due to the ongoing war in Ukraine and sanctions on Russia, through direct impact on these two countries, but also global spillovers. Other reasons for the revision in the growth forecasts are the monetary policy tightening in advanced economies and in emerging markets, financial market volatility, and the withdrawal of fiscal stimulus following the pandemic, but also the slowdown in China. This is the same slide showing a different group of countries where we see the emerging market and developing economies averages. The growth there is expected to slow from 6.8 to 3.8 in 2022 and then 4.4 in 2023. With continued, the main driver of this slowdown, as I said, is China, with continued tight policies toward real estate sector and the possibility of more widespread lockdowns as part of the strict zero COVID strategy. And this will have consequences for Asia and beyond. It could further set back the recovery, particularly in emerging markets and developing economies. So what does that mean for Sub-Saharan Africa? Overall growth in Sub-Saharan Africa is projected at 3.8% in 2022, but there is strong heterogeneity in the region. The increase in oil prices has lifted actually growth prospects for the region's oil exporters such as Nigeria. In Sub-Saharan Africa, food prices are the most important channel of transmission of the crisis. And as they will hurt consumers' purchasing power, particularly among low-income households, and weight of domestic demand. Social and political turmoil, most notably in West Africa, is also weighing on the outlook. Now, what have been the drivers of the inflation developments? Even before the Ukraine war, inflation was picking up on the back of demand recovery in advanced economies and continued supply shortages and bottlenecks. Fast growth in demand, along with supply bottlenecks, resulted in core inflation in 2021 surpassing pre-pandemic levels. And energy and food prices were major contributors to headline inflation in 2021. Because services were more disrupted during the pandemic, spending shifted towards goods and has not fully reset yet. In advanced economies, labor markets have tightened as well, leading to labor supply shortages and growth in nominal wages. Before the war in Ukraine, this shock was expected to ease, with overall bottlenecks easing as price elastic components of supply rise elsewhere. Now, the Ukraine war has exacerbated these trends. Conflict-related interruptions to production, sanctions, lack of access to cross-border payments, disruptions in trade flows, notably for energy and food prices, were the main reasons. Countries that send a lot of their exports to Russia are facing reduced external demand for their products, while importers are facing higher import prices and possible shortages. But as direct financial connections between Russia and other major economies appear small, the main channel of transmission of the crisis is through commodity prices. War-induced commodity price increases and broadening price pressures have led to 2022 inflation projections of 5.7% in advanced economies and 8.7% in emerging markets and developing countries, which is 1.8 and 2.8 percentage points higher than projected in January. And these inflation trends are expected to remain for longer than in the previous forecast. Despite commodity prices echoes that of the 70s, and as you can see from the charts, this is the third global commodity price shock observed in the last 20 years. So for the policy makers, these challenges are not entirely new. The size of the shock this time is smaller, and but economies are also less reliant on oil, and wage-setting mechanisms are different as well, with generally lower prevalence of indexation. I'm talking here about advanced economies mostly. More central banks are also independent, and monetary policy credibility has generally strengthened over the decades. And for this reason, the medium-term expectations for inflation remain reasonably well anchored. However, the macroeconomic environment for the current shock can be more challenging, especially in low-income countries. Let me discuss briefly the channels of transmission. How do these international commodity prices transmit into the higher local prices? So the main channel of transmission is, of course, through imports. And what determines the price of imports in the domestic market is the international price, but also the exchange rate. For instance, more appreciated exchange rate plays a role in determination of the value domestically, which tends to be lower. This international price then affects consumer prices and input prices that are transmitted into incomes and consumption, investment, that all tend to affect the output. Now, these are just one way of representing the channels of transmission. How these interconnection eventually play out depends on the behavioral changes and also on the policies used to prevent inflation. So in reaction to high commodity prices, the consumers generally tend to adjust the quantities they consume. The central banks tend to adjust the policy rate, which affects investment and credit. And the fiscal authorities adjust prices or support incomes, which have both effect on the deficits and debt, but are measures with quite different quality. And I'll talk about that a little bit later. Other effects of high commodity prices are higher foreign interest rates, which can trigger capital outflows in other countries, and more expensive financing for the debt. There could be wage pressures that contribute to even higher inflation, stock price volatility, and financial sector distress. Now, what have been the policy responses so far in the economies? Countries have attempted to affect the transmission of the conflict actions by increasing oil and gas supplies and releasing strategic reserves to alleviate the pressures. Europe has expanded fiscal support to compensate the adverse demand effects. Many central banks in advanced economies, but also in emerging markets, have tightened monetary policy to stave off inflation. In the months ahead, Policy rates are generally expected to rise further, and record high central bank balance sheets will begin to unwind, most notably in advanced economies. Key differences with the past episodes further amplify current emerging market vulnerabilities. The emerging market and developing countries have entered this tightening cycle with a generally larger fraction of all of debt that is already under distress. Some 60% of low-income countries are already in debt distress or at high risk of debt distress. Moreover, past episodes have generally occurred at a time when large emerging markets, notably China, were expected to maintain high growth rates over the medium term, with favorable spillovers. In contrast, the current tightening episode is unfolding amid a more tentative medium-term outlook and slower potential growth than in previous episode, especially for key emerging markets. So what have been, how have fiscal authorities reacted to the price shocks? A recent IMF survey confirms that most countries have limited the pass-through of higher international prices to domestic consumers. Most countries surveyed announced at least one of the measures that you see in the graphs since the beginning of the year. Fewer emerging markets have used the pass-through because of their continued reliance on existing energy and food subsidies, while limiting adjustment to domestic prices because of less fiscal space as well, and lower ability to quickly scale up the social safety nets. In advanced economies, cash and semi-cash transfers were announced by the greatest number of countries, while most other measures aimed at lowering prices, including reductions in the value-added tax and excise taxes. A cap on fuel prices was implemented in some countries, and subsidies to distributors to reduce gasoline prices. In emerging and developing economies, the most announced measures were reductions in VAT and excises, but some countries have resorted to temporary reductions and suspensions of import duties. About half of the measures intended to mitigate the impact of higher energy prices, and 30% of measures have mitigated the impact of higher food prices, where others were not narrowly defined. So reductions in energy and food prices were the most common responses during previous episodes of high commodity prices, while many countries also resorted to adjustments in import tariffs. Food taxes were reduced more than in 80 countries between 2006 and 2008, mostly through reduced import duties and VAT on consumption goods. The announced measures in this episode also included efforts to provide direct income relief to households. On the tax side, some countries announced measures to reduce income countries. Others, on the spending side, introduced subsidies provided to specific industries and businesses, vouchers and utility bill discounts, and cash transfers to support households. A few countries have announced temporary and targeted cash transfers, with about 3/4 of all cash transfers programs announced in advanced economies. Other measures included trade restrictions and loans to energy and agricultural firms. Based on a survey of 159 countries in this episode, the median fiscal cost of these measures was about 0.3% of GDP, between 0.3 and 1.4% of GDP. So what does the IMF think about that? So the principle, we differentiate the recommendation based on the strength of the social safety nets in the countries. And the countries with strong social safety nets can afford certain measures that others cannot. But the principles in both cases are the same. And these are allow price signals to work and protect the poor. So countries should aim at allowing domestic prices to follow international demand, the international prices, because price signals are crucial to induce demand responses. And for energy specifically, the demand responses can be sizable. In contrast, food is a basic good that takes a higher fraction of income of the poor and ensures ensuring affordable access to food and basic staples, especially where food security is a concern, must be prioritized. In turn, higher prices on energy should encourage more efficient use of energy and investment in renewables, while higher food prices, more agricultural productions. Measures aiming at preventing domestic prices to adjust are costly, crowd out productive spending, and reduce producer incentives. How can countries with strong social safety nets protect the most vulnerable? Countries with strong social safety nets could use targeted and temporary cash transfers to mitigate the impact for low-income and vulnerable groups. The transfers are independent of the consumption of energy or food, are preferred as this does not distort relative prices. Tax system can also be used to provide relief to vulnerable households, for example, using refundable tax credits. Alternatively, smoothing consumption bills, energy consumption bills over time could be contemplated, but it should be temporary. What about the countries with not so strong social safety nets? The aim is still to protect the most vulnerable by expanding the existing social safety net programs. When feasible, the existing most efficient social safety net programs, typically school feeding programs, can be expanded, and the coverage level could be increased as well. Alternative approaches to targeting could be geographic, categorical, community-based, but ad hoc measures would also be welcome, such as those introduced in the COVID-19, leveraging also digital tools. Government could also consider reducing education, health, or public transport fees if they help in reaching the targeted groups and can be effectively implemented. All these imply, however, that countries with weak social safety nets, more often than not, will have to rely on a combination of measures to reach the desired targeted groups. Countries with existing energy or food subsidies should gradually pass through international prices to retail prices while committing to eliminate the subsidies over the medium term. The pace of the pass-through has to be carefully calibrated based on the gap between the retail and international prices and the available fiscal space. Reducing taxes on energy and food is not advisable. Given the prevalence of ad valorem taxes, higher prices and relatively lower price elasticity of demand implies that in many countries tax revenues will go up, and this additional tax revenue can be used to provide targeted support to vulnerable households, as opposed to providing relief to all, including the most affluent households, which result in a loss of significant revenues when these are most needed. For fuel taxes, such as excises, there are several additional environmental considerations. for food in countries with weak social safety nets, where the expansion of existing programs does not provide sufficient protection, and where food security concerns are particularly severe, government can consider temporary reductions in taxes with clear sunset clauses for staple foods and import tariff cuts on necessity, which are less distortionary. I skipped the slide that is, however, important and that relates to the monetary policy. Many drivers of inflation are out of the central bank's control. The monetary authorities should monitor the pass-through of rising international prices to expectations and second, to take into consideration expectations and second-round effects. And importantly, articulate and communicate the policy outlook and the decisions. We have advised the central banks to prepare for tightening when financial conditions clearly signal the need for that, and to use selected macroprudential tools to target pockets of elevated vulnerability in the financial sector. This is all from me. Thank you very much for today.
Thank you very much, Isabella, for the global perspective. Somebody needs to take this, else I get tempted to present a slide that I don't have. I will invite the panel to come up here and we dig deeper into this conversation. Isabella, I think you are going to come back. I see a slot here marked for you, and I'm not about to make it empty. But having you next to me is also a good thing. I may want to do some consultation. And I'm going to invite Joseph Muvawala. You're sitting in the wrong place. The National Planning Authority is supposed to be facing the public. Jen Nalunga, where did you go? I saw you yesterday. Or did I hear you on Twitter Spaces? I'm going by the panel as per the program at this point in time. Honorable Minister, thank you very much for honoring us and, as I said, opening the conversation for us. Here it begins. Is there somebody from Manufacturers Association? Or is he manufacturing? You need to come and manufacture ideas before you manufacture the tables, the chairs, and the drinks. I think the places are well labeled. Feel free to sit in the chair that is available. Welcome. You have had it. I've introduced you briefly. You'll feel free to add on a little bit more to yourselves to say what you need to say. We've just been having a lady speaking to us, so I want to punctuate and put one of the men to tell us what is your 2-minute remark on what you have just heard. And let me begin with the manufacturer before I go to the planner. Tell the audience a little bit more about who you are, what you do, and then you get into what is your 2-minute response to what Isabella has given to us from the IMF's point of view.
Okay, my name is Daniel Birungi. I am the Executive Director of the Uganda Manufacturers Association. 2-minute remark on the discussion so far. I think overall, the picture is that certainly we may not be in the part of the world that can afford subsidies. That is clear to all of us, especially to the levels that would be required to put this into the right place. However, I think we also need to be mindful of the fact that elsewhere, perhaps in the more developed economies, these discussions are discussions about reduction in what the populace can get in developing economies, these discussions are about whether someone can afford a meal. And so I thought it's important for us to also capture that perspective as we go into the deeper discussion.
Thank you very much. That's the 2 minutes. Now I can punctuate the gentleman and go to Jane Nalonga. I'm just juggling through your 2 minutes. What have you heard so far? Your mic is still off. It didn't come on. You pressed gently, too gently. Aha, there.
Okay. Thank you so much, and good morning, fellow participants. All protocol observed. I'm happy to be here. I have heard a lot, but I think what's really most important is how do we protect the most vulnerable at this material time when things are really tight, and also how do we grow back our economy, but in an equitable and fair way. The issues around whether or not reduce taxes and provide subsidies, I think that's an issue which is really debatable, but also the issue of reducing our vulnerability to shocks and ensure resiliency. For me, I liked that, and I think those are the issues which we need to debate further. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Quite often in moments like this, we think about the vulnerable as the households and individuals. Is the economy itself vulnerable and needs to be attended to? Joseph.
Thank you very much. You always ask the hard questions to me, and I don't know why, but the moment households are vulnerable, the economy is vulnerable itself. So the economy, yes, is vulnerable, but my take is that shocks are going to be here with us. These are not the first and the last shocks that we are going to see. We are going to continue seeing shocks. How we respond is the most important thing, and how we prepare ourselves to respond. How do we make the Ugandan economy more resilient and prepared to take on these shocks, I think is what we should be discussing. And at the same time, the one thing that I would like us to discuss is not the plan, but what is there to do now. Because I think we've talked planning very many times. Thank you.
What do we do going forward? This discussion must give us some policy takeaways. And there can be short-term things. We are saying in the short term, there is not much we can do. There's maybe a little that we can do. Maybe something is already being done. But what do we do to build the resilience? Because the shocks will always be there. And the shocks are going to come. I don't see Russia planning to pull out of Ukraine next month. So that is going to continue. I don't see Vinazi, they call them palm oil, growing and giving us cooking oil and other things in 2023. That is going to continue. So what do we do really? How vulnerable and how prepared the private sector? Those manufacturers who every day have an in-tray and an out-tray. Birungi, you present them. And your message is Birungi. Birungi means good things. What good things should we cook from this meeting for them?
Okay, I think first of all is to recognize that for the private sector, unlike government, when things get tough, we belt tighten. Government has the benefit of supplementaries. Now, to that end, we are seeing a lot of belt tightening within our private sector. And this is largely driven by the fact that consumption is slowly going down. URA will tell you that when it looks at its declarations of incoming raw materials, the numbers are going down, which then begs the question, are our projections for tax that we are going to receive over the coming financial year actually covering this aspect as well? The fact that perhaps right now there is an apparent slowdown in the side of manufacturing, which is a key contributor to the economy. I'll take a key example, beer, alcoholic beverages especially. It's an expenditure that people can choose to step off. And I think you've seen it in the media of recent, where people have pronounced price hikes and a week later come in to take them off. Because at the end of the day, consumption is not keeping up with that. So there is that belt-tightening aspect that is coming in. On the other side, we are stuck in a situation where government says, look, we need the taxes, and we cannot do anything to buffer you against these shocks. That then leaves us in a very difficult position. And I think part of the discussion has to be around the willingness of government to have conversations with defaulters during the coming financial year on how best to handle defaults. Because that then becomes the next aspect, that defaults start coming into the picture, and we have to figure out how we address them. But the last bit perhaps on that would be around, given what we are seeing in terms of policy recommendations from government, ours is to say, could we also think a bit outside the box, beyond what is already on the table? And by this I mean, judging by the presentation from the Honorable Minister, a lot of the inflationary tendencies we are seeing arise out of imported products, items where we are largely dependent on external forces. Can we have a conversation, for example, if one of our biggest headline features is petroleum, where are we with the biofuels bill? Because that speaks to domesticating a component of that aspect, so that perhaps 20% of it is ethanol, which then means that this ethanol is sourced locally and there is therefore an impact locally. Where are we around leveraging what we keep saying is abundant electricity, that we don't know where we are going to take it? The use or pay contracts that we have. Could we have conversations around the e-mobility side? Could we have conversations perhaps around battery-operated trains in this country? Because these then mean that we buffer ourselves a bit more. And a lot of others that I'll come up with, that I'll bring up as we go along.
Thank you very much. We'll be speaking to some things to do with implementation, because there are certain statements the minister made here, and we have been there before. We talked about using alternative route, the train, and to bring in fuel through the alternative routes. That conversation has been in Uganda since Kenya went into a chaotic environment a little bit in 2008. We are still on the same conversation. I've heard Uganda already says, I'm ready to be bringing in 1 million liters per day. We're still in that conversation. This is not the time to take conversations. What should we do with the conversations? Jen Nalong, I know when you were invited here, you prepared something to tell us. I don't want to suffocate that bit. So I'm giving you a blank check to write on it for the next 2-3 minutes. What is it that you came with for us?
Thank you so much, Fred. I came prepared to talk about 4 issues. One, that reducing taxes on all these commodities is a matter of will, and I know government can be able to do it, but it's like government has said no, they are not going to do it. But I think because the reason is to increase taxes. So let us look at the taxes and look at the leakages. There are so many leakages. Let us look at those. Issues around the tax exemptions, issues around the double taxation agreements. We are losing a lot of money through the DTAs with the Netherlands and Mauritius. And we can be able to provide other areas where we can be able to plug these gaps. Then 2, on the other issue, we need to increase incomes, because above soap is expensive because the income is low. So let us look at increasing incomes, the minimum wage, looking at, we have been putting on table the issue of pay as you earn. Let us increase the threshold. You can't start deducting pay as you earn. Somebody who is getting 235. Let it go up to 600. So let us look at areas where we can be able to increase some money in people's pockets. On issues of, because the whole issue around commodity prices is around the economy, how we have managed our economy internally, and also how we can be, how we deal with the external environment. The way our economy is integrated into the global economy, we are integrated as exporters of raw material and importers of finished products. That's why even the raw materials which we can produce, we are importing them. We are talking about sunflower. It takes just 4 months to grow sunflower. The president talked about castor oil, seed. It takes, I think, 1 month or 2 months. In Uganda, we have a saying, like, somebody grows fast like a castor oil tree. So we need to look at how we can be able to produce our things internally and be able to reduce the vulnerability. But again, that will necessitate putting money where our mouth is. When you look at the budget today, our budget, the budget is it has so many contradictions. We are here talking about commodity prices. I don't see the Ministry of Trade. In fact, the Ministry of Trade is one of those vulnerable sectors. In the budget, we are looking at collecting monies here and there where it has been scattered for the Ministry of Trade. It comes to 72 billion. And that's pocket change for some people, some you can, 72 billion. And we are talking about increasing production, industrialization and all that. It can't work. We have seen where we are talking about production, value addition, and you are giving agro-industrialization 1.2 billion. Just 1.2 billion, and you expect us to get out of poverty. So we need to look at that. You are looking at me. I don't know how many minutes I have.
You still have one more thing to say.
One, the issue of planning is important. It isn't that I'm seated next to my brother here, but I think we need a Ministry of Planning on its own. We are losing a lot of money out of not half-baked, not actually well-baked initiatives. We have seen so many Operation Wealth Creation. I'm not against PDM, but I think PDM needs to still be in the kitchen to be cooked, so that we bring on table something which is really cooked. And the problem is in the planning. There is a lot of disjointed ventures, even in our budget. You know, we need, in fact, to discuss the performance-based budgeting. It's a mess. It's a problem. Lastly, we need to rethink the way we are going to reorganize our economy. We have been talking about the electricity, the energy sector. Since the unbundling, government is now buying, as you know, excess power generated, you know. So it's from one pocket giving, you know, to another, you know. So we need to rethink, should we bring back the entire energy sector together like we had Umeme or not? I'm just proposing that we need to rethink. Should we rethink the banking sector? How do you talk about financial inclusion when the banking sector is so liberalized? And the financial sector, that's where the outflow of resources are mainly come from. So when we look at the commodity prices, it's a symptom of so many issues which we need to address. Thank you so much, Fred.
Thank you, Jane. I knew you would raffle and make use of that blank check and bring out some ideas You know, when you hear a conversation on taxes, everybody is simply saying, we can't reduce the taxes, and it ends there. But there are many other things we can do on the taxes, and I really, PSST, I want you to ask your team to run a scenario here. If we increase the pay threshold to 350, we'll have lost some income tax. But we know this is really the bottom of the pyramid. They have a very high marginal propensity to consume. So it's going to come back on the consumption side. You can be sure they will spend all that money, but their marginal propensity to consume is up there. So what do we net lose or gain? If we can run that scenario as well, it would help us to see what happens. We are not reducing the tax. We might lose some tax, but it's going to come back through the consumption side, and maybe easier to collect it from there, including these other people. Can they run that regression so that the next time we go to the president, we have that proposal as well? Also walking the talk. We are talking soybean, we are talking custard oil. The rains are already going on. Sometimes we blame the drought, and yet we have floods. So who is really working on this to say, when do we dig the holes and put the soybean and the sunflower seeds down there before this year ends? Because Ukraine and Russia are not about to come back to soybean production. They are still engaged in another conversation. So we can take advantage of this and never get out of it. And I'll be coming to the planner, who is about to be elevated to ministerial level, if at all the conversations are said. But those conversations can go on. Isabella, there was a conversation here from Birungi. He said for them in the manufacturing sector, they are tightening belts. They are importing less of the raw material, they are producing less. That already signals a reduction in revenues. Because we tax their production, we tax their sales. Now, if that is already going down, what should government do? What advice do you give to government from the IMF's point of view and the global point of view? When production goes down, revenues go down. What should government be looking at besides the other option? Thank you.
I think there are two different group of questions that we have to answer, and I see you venture already into the broader question. I think first is the issue of the shock, and how do we see this shock, and how do we adjust, and do we adjust to the shock? So the oil price developments are, the shock is most likely temporary. We don't know how temporary is that. But when you are facing a situation like that, then the worst thing is, I think we agree on that, is scaling up subsidies. Subsidies are costly, wasteful, and inequitable, and especially the ones on energy. We know that about a quarter of households in Uganda are hooked to the electricity. If we subsidize electricity, then who captures those subsidies? Those who use electricity. Those are typically not the most vulnerable population. Same for the fuel subsidies. Whatever measures are introduced to protect the poor should be targeted, should be temporary and time-bound. We have entire teams in the IMF that have been going around the world for decades helping countries unwind fuel subsidies. I was part of one of those teams many years ago. It takes a lot of time to walk through these distortions. You are asking here a more general question about how to strengthen the economy to be able to exit this situation without extending subsidies. And this is, I mean, basically the question is how to nurture an enabling environment for the private sector. This is especially important in countries that, like Uganda, that are not welfare states. You either have a welfare state or you have free market, okay, so that people can actually take care of themselves. So you do not need subsidies, you do not need tax expenditures for that to happen. What our studies have shown that in enabling strong institutions, free markets are more important for attracting investment, private sector development, foreign investment, predictability, rule of law, and institutions.
Thank you very much. This conversation on subsidies really should not only be popping up at such moments, because I know in this country we are already giving subsidies. And this is a question to revisit the issue of subsidies. Do they really work? Short, medium, or even long term? We all know the subsidy on electricity consumers. Birungi, some of these people are getting subsidies on electricity. Jane is talking about some tax exemptions. I think there are major policy overhaul conversations. The key message we learned from the 2008 global crisis was never lose an opportunity that comes with a crisis. This is an opportunity to go back and rethink a number of policies, a number of strategies, and say, how did we get here? So we need to think through some things, and I'm going to give a blank check to Joseph Muvawala. He said I give him hard questions. Now I've given him a tougher one. A blank piece of paper, you set the question and you answer it. The time starts now. By the way, breakfast is served. It's not going to be an open slot for it. And after here, I'm coming to you, our participants who are seated there, to also make your contributions as we prepare. Joseph, your time has started.
Thank you very much. First and foremost, my PSST is not here. But there are a few things that we want to be clear with. Just creating a Ministry of Planning does not solve planning challenges in any country. You know very many countries with ministries of planning. That's not the silver bullet. The silver bullet is somewhere else. But let us talk about, I was asked to come here and talk about resilience in the plan. But the whole plan is about resilience. So it's going to be a very boring talk. If I just talk about resilience, I talk about reserves, but for me, the most important thing that we are beginning to take for granted in this country, because it has been there, is macroeconomic stability. People talk the whole day. Nobody talks about macroeconomic stability because we have been stable. We get price increments in 4 months, we make all the noise there is. What are we doing in this country on a daily to maintain macroeconomic stability? No wonder. These days I even see people trying to attack the bank, which is like, for me, that bank is like the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. And we should be very careful what we say, because what we say has reverberations along the place. So for me, I think critically number one, as we discussed today, macroeconomic stability. What investments are we putting in place in this country to protect that? How are we doing with reserves? And we are doing well. We are not so doing as bad as people think we are. Now, regarding the issue of tax, the one you have raised to the PSST, I totally agree with you. I think, Fred, you know that what we need to do is to create a strong policy and evidence research on the side of policy. And we've said this with you several times, and I'm going to say it again. When the PSST comes, it's a matter of cost and benefit. Let us not have opinion discussions about tax. When I increase that threshold, what is the loss and what is the benefit? That should be the decision rule. Unless we get to that level, we will come back here again, and my brother is here, he knows, Mr. Kakama. We have called on economic development side of the ministry to do this work, to target taxes better, to check how taxes are effective. When I tax wheat, what is the benefit and what is the cost? So to me, I think coming out of here, the next time we come here, we in the Ministry of Finance should come back with this study and tell this country, when I raise this threshold, this is the effect. When I do this, this is what I get. And now, on the side of resilience, and Fred, you know we've talked about this, productivity. But let me take you totally in a different direction. The other important thing for this country now, data.
Do we know the vulnerable? We come here and talk vulnerable, vulnerable. You recall that we had money to distribute. Did we distribute it well? Did we know these guys? How long did it take us to even get the list? So isn't it a matter of us returning to basic principles? When we do PDM, which people are criticizing, the intention was that we should have all the data at the parish level and know our people. And my director is here. He's the one who told me to talk about this. Know your people. Unless we know our people, safety nets, so subsidies will go to the wrong people. So I think for me today, we need to talk about knowing our people. We need to talk about macroeconomic stability, the investments that we need. I have had discussions on why we should capitalize the central bank. And sometimes I say, whoa, people don't know that we are spending on the other side and somebody must do something about it. And beyond that, I think the issue on the side of fuel, why is our reserve in Ijinja operating at 50%? It's a matter of investing to get these reserves running. So as far as I'm concerned, one, I agree that we have to tighten. We have no choice. And second, we have to choose where our money goes. In a very, very tough discussion, we should have that discussion. Otherwise, we will continue talking. When I bring the plan here, it is resilience, all of it. All of it is about building resilience of this economy. But what are we doing about what is in the plan is an issue for me. I am not in the school of thought which tells separate planning from finance. It solves nothing. Actually, planning and finance must always be together. Let me say this. They must always be together. Because we are now going to give you Rolls-Royce plans. I sit in the Ministry of Planning and I tell you how you will make a plane. And I issue it. I must sit with the people on the side of the resource for me to be able to balance. Fred, the issue is to align the plan to the budget. But also understand that this plan is not delivered by government alone, the private sector. They deliver the biggest chunk of that plan, and we should be able to deal with them. I hope I have spinned the question and attacked it from a different angle. I didn't want to go resilience. It was going to be very boring. Thank you.
That's exactly why you got your blank check.
Thank you.
To say it the way you should say it. But I think what is critically important is how do you secure the planning function? That's Jane's concern. But also, sequencing and series sometimes work. Remember we came through primary and there were those series where they would say, what's the next number in the series? It should be planning and then financing. So they can be together, but let it be a ministry of the planning function should precede the financing. Now, do we need to change the name? That's another conversation we can have. But let's not secure the planning function. I think those are key messages. There is something staying in the side of the banking sector that a key message we always receive from the central bank, know your customer. Does government know its customer? Isabella here has given us presentations of countries which had safety nets. You cannot build a safety net if you do not know the vulnerable fellows. We need to begin there. Where are they? Who are they? What are they doing? How do we secure them to build resilience? These are messages we need to take out from here. And I'm sure on the simulations on thresholds and expenditure, what are the implications? This is not going to wait until we come back here. Top management is going to sit next Wednesday. It should have been sitting today. Maybe they are sitting. But this is something the Ministry of Finance needs to run quickly. I want to get to you out there and pick maybe some few comments. Do we have speaker microphones that will be going around so that people can reach our speakers? I see a hand there, number 1. I see a hand there, number 2, and number 3, and then number 4. I'm not going to reach number 7 for obvious reasons. So number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4. There was a hand here, number 5. Unfortunately, I've reached 7. But each one of you is going to have 1 minute because we want to get into the next conversation. Where are the microphones, please? I gave people numbers. There is number 1 and 2, so that I clear this side. I have number 3, a lady there to punctuate the gentleman. I have number 4 there. And then number 5. There was number 6 here. Let's proceed. You have 1 minute, please. Don't give us a story. Just give me the point.
Okay. 2 questions. The first question is about tax. I'm wondering why we have failed to enlarge our tax base, owing to the fact that you realize that the few people that are able to contribute taxes, they are the people that are being squeezed. Yet there are so many people in the rural economy who are turning actually some good money, about 100 million in their small businesses, but they have not been able to get into the tax base. The second question is about the local economy, largely the banking sector. If you look at Africa, sub-Saharan Africa, it is giving the highest return for the banking sector across the world. And I might be corrected if I'm wrong. So my question is, you look at a plethora of banks that we have here in this country. Why aren't we able to grow local banks? Because indeed, it has been proven that the market or the people that want the finances are there. Thank you very much. My name is Charles Bukenya.
Just pass it on to the next colleague on the next table. Thank you very much for sticking to 1 minute.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. My name is Muragwe. I'm a consultant. Very good planning. But planning how? Planning for what? What are the key factors that need to be planned for in Uganda to overcome the quagmire? Because when you speak of training, I've never heard you speak about integrated economic planning. And until we address that, we may not overcome. Narunga has spoken about immediate solutions. Surely, cotton seed oil is quicker to produce than palm oil. Castor oil comes faster. So why do we make the wrong choices? Do we have plans? Let's understand the key factors. We spoke about wastage of electricity, and yet we are deforesting the country. Why don't we convert that electricity into cooking? Give me cheap. I spend 100,000 per month to buy 2 sacks of charcoal. I can pay for electricity at that if you give it to me, but it's not there. By now, Kampala would not be receiving these lorries of charcoal. Where is everybody speaking? So where is our integrated planning? When you speak of sustainability, you speak of increasing salaries of lecturers, teachers, doctors, and so on. Give them houses, and then we'll have solved a problem for long. Margaret Thatcher, when she wanted to overcome the economy of Britain, she sought it with 1 bullet, North Sea oil. Now the economy of Britain is stable. So can we address the transportation system by electrifying our trains? Nobody has ever talked about that. If you convert all that electricity that is being wasted into transportation, you really have solved the problem. Okay. So, Mr. Moderator, let us think a little bit deeper and overcome these problems. World Bank, you misled us when you told us that we should privatize. Dr. Suruma here would be telling you we made a mistake to say UCB. Thank you very much.
Integrated planning is the key message. ED Planning Authority, I know you have done some program-based planning. You'll speak to that. Please, let's cross over here. Just behind is the microphone. You have your 1 minute. Let's stick to a minute, please, so that we can accommodate more views.
Thank you very much. Sophie Nampel is my name from the Civil Society Budget Advocacy Group. I have a question for the manufacturer. Such situations create opportunities for us to take advantage of. And I know and understand there are some challenges we have that are related to imports, but there are some areas where we can boost our manufacturing within the country for raw materials that we already have. How can we take advantage of this situation to increase our production within the country and take advantage of the markets around us? Thank you.
Let's move on to that side before I take you this side. Dr. Maria Sobona is, there is a lot, you've passed him, just behind you. There's a lot of history between me and him, so, but that's not the point.
I'm sure that's not why you appointed me, sir. Thank you. Mine is more or less a comment. I've liked the global perspectives that was presented by the IMF. It gives us, all of us have some kind of say that if you don't visit other people's mothers, you will think your mother is the best cook. And she has shown that, in fact, several countries have responded to the problems, whether through subsidies, etc., and so on. But for us, we have chosen to do nothing. Now, I'm saying this because these are two things here. On the one hand, you have the economy. On the other, you have the households or the voters. Now, the kind of responses we should be having should address both the issue of the economy and the issue of the what? The households, the sufferings. Now, and there are two authorities who are actually squarely responsible for this. You have the Monetary Authority and you have the Fiscal Authority. Monetary Authority are free to do nothing because they don't have any contract they don't have such a contract. Their contract with the economy. The economy must do well, that's where they are. But Fiscal Authority have the contract with the people. Now, and unfortunately, if you read the people as voters, you must know that at the end of the day, the option of doing nothing may be too costly. In the sense that I'm not trying to say that what they have not, in fact, if anything, most of the countries where they have safety nets and so on, they have done something to show that they are actually concerned about what? The households kind of problems. So the issue I'm raising here is, while it is okay to do nothing for other authorities like for central bank, and by the way, even IMF has no contract with the what? With the no social contract. So they are more concerned with the economy. But I give you a good example in West Africa, when this Monetary Authority decided to do nothing when the prices of rices were rising. It led to a coup. Did you know that? So the point I'm raising here is, let us separate the discussion into saving the economy and saving the households. Okay. And for the households, what they need is actually short-term kind of measures. But the economy requires medium to long-term. So let us not mix the two savings. They are all suffering, the economy as well as the households. Okay. So let us be very clear in finding out the responses to all this. Finally, I would say that the combination of both monetary and fiscal authority in this particular stage is very important, because otherwise you can't actually do it singly. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I think he raises an important point. You'll be going back to the gentleman behind you. We might be calling them households or people. One of these days, Mr. Museveni will remember that these are voters. So what if he comes back with another speech next week and says, hey, by the way, from the voters' perspective, I need to do something. Are we ready for that? You have the floor, sir. Your 1 minute starts now.
Okay. My name is Peter Kaba. I come from Kaba Industries. I happen to represent these SMEs. So we are involved in agro-processing, adding value, and number two, we also engage in some small manufacturing. Here are the two issues. We just came out of COVID. Most of the small SMEs that were involved in adding value to agriculture, actually they collapsed because we lost up to 95% of market. That's a fact. So when they were just recovering, this happened. But the good news is this, and this is where my questions will be, and there are two. One, we have a fund well funded by Bank of Uganda, something called adding, there's money available, a lot of it actually can be given up to 20 billion to add value to agricultural produce. Then recently the Minister of Finance has this money for small manufacturers. But here is one issue. Most of those small SMEs they don't keep books of accounts. There is no capacity. This one I can assure you. So when they go to these banks, they will never access that money because there are no books of accounts. My question then is, what is the specific plan from Minister of Finance to help these SMEs build capacity in bookkeeping so they can access the money? Number two, the other question is capacity in marketing, finding markets for their products. Is there a specific plan that we can do, that we can have so we can market these things internally, if not in the region? Yeah? Already we are facing the issue of high commodity prices. So that I know we can deal with because when the rains are done, we'll have. But the capacity building in those two areas, I think we need a solution. The money is there.
Thank you very much. I want to get to this side really. There was one person here. The others I'm going to pick in the next panel. This is a conversation about the same topic, so it doesn't matter when your question comes in, but I want to trigger the next session. I will annoy Julius because his institution has already spoken. There's one hand here, and that's we close it off and get back. I hope you've taken your cup of tea or coffee and whatever it is, because we're not going to have a break. Feel free to move out there and relax. It's a health break. Walking around is also important for your health. You have your 1 minute.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. All protocol observed. My name is Robert Tugume. I come from academia, but above all, I'm a Ugandan. I will summarize my submission in this statement. MUGA. M stands for make, U for Uganda, G for great, and A for again. Let's make Uganda great again. Where is our competitive advantage? Historically, you know where our strength has been. Let's focus on the data that people mentioned previously. Where is the data? What does the data say? What do we need to do with the data? Who needs to know this data? Where is the money? Who is in need of the money? What is lacking? Let's sober up. Let's be deliberate in attacking the problems that we are facing as a country and in all levels and all sectors. Above all, data will help us get out of this mess. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mufawala. There you have a supporter of how do we raise the evidence for decision making. I'm going to give each of my panelists 1.5 minutes to make some responses to what you have heard from the public and give us your parting shot. So 1 minute you respond, 1 minute you give us a parting shot. I need to let you to go and take your tea. You notice we deliberately also didn't put water here because we now want you to go and drink your water or tea. Let me begin with Isabella. Why don't I start with you?
Thanks. I don't know where to start from. There were so many questions and so diverse, but I'll pick a few that I think probably apply mostly to me, to my presentation. I did report on the multitude of measures that have been undertaken in many countries, including advanced economies, you have to say, but I also reported on a cost of those measures. And this is estimated at between 0.3% of GDP and 1.4% of GDP. Now that is a lot. I also reported on the more challenging environment that countries are facing exiting from the COVID-19 pandemic. Everybody has a higher debt level. So when we advocate in favor of protecting the poor, we have to keep in mind also the fiscal space. Now, James has asked an interesting question, an important question. Do we know the vulnerable? Every country has some social safety nets, has something to start from. And usually when we think about how to protect the poor, we look at what is already in place and whether it can be scaled up very quickly. One such program that is very popular in Uganda is the SAGE. We know who are the vulnerable in this program. We know there are more that can be embraced into the program, but are not yet embraced because of the lack of financing. So a starting point could be expanding coverage to those that are eligible, and then scaling up coverage if needed. We also know that during COVID-19, Uganda has quickly identified the professions that have been vulnerable to the lockdowns and has provided cash transfers via mobile money. That was something that happened over a very quick period of time, and it was a temporary and targeted measure. Now, I think the government is better placed to describe their intentions, but for instance, we see favorably the latest intention to roll out the parish development model, which also has a poverty component in as much as it targets vulnerable households in the rural areas, and does not only provide financial support, but means to scale up agricultural productivity and scale up sales. So this is something I can say, but I know that there are many, many more questions that probably the other panelists can answer.
And if you have other issues to follow on with Isabella, she's dressed in yellow, so you will not miss her during the breaks. You will not miss her, certainly. Birungi, those guys are out there. The SMEs also belong to you, or they don't? You don't know where the partitioning lies, but what is your taking shot and parting shot?
Okay, thank you. One, I'll deal with there was a comment around the focus on the oil seed and the fact that this has been a discussion for years. We need to actually get on the ground and start moving. I think for me, one example that has worked in this country is the example of the outgrower models that have been developed by a lot of manufacturers. And the way the outgrower model works is that it doesn't matter the size of the parcel of land that an individual has. Subsistence farmers, the others, they're all feeding in. I think we need to have a discussion around how do we move the oilseed discussion to an area where we allow the farmers to grow this, we guarantee them a price, and they will certainly grow it and bring it in, and we'll have a solution with us. The other question was on opportunities, even as we get into the crisis. Yes, there are opportunities, and these opportunities lie in one, backward integration, because, like I've said, a lot of this inflation is arising from imported raw materials. Some of these are steel, and it's not that we don't have iron ore in Uganda. I know the National Planning Authority has done a comprehensive study on what it would cost to get that iron ore out of the ground and to process it. The same can be said of an integrated textile industry that goes all the way to garmenting and provides us with jobs as well as exports. But the last piece of the puzzle in that would then be about market access. Because once you produce, where do you sell this? We're talking about the NTBs that we have in the region. We're talking about DRC that has joined us and creates significant opportunities. What are we doing to position ourselves as a country so that in this period, as everyone is struggling to find product, they can get it from Uganda into DRC? To my brother from the SME, I think the discussion he raises is also critical. Our pitch as UMA has been to say that we cannot consistently talk about the risk profile of SMEs without doing something about it. We have to invest deliberately in de-risking SMEs. We have to invest in providing them with business development services. We have to invest in enabling them be investment ready, because it's only then that we grow their capacity to attract this kind of the revenue that's available. But perhaps for us as well on the private sector, we also need to be mindful of the signals we send when we default on our obligations. Because based on what's going on in this country over the past few weeks, we're getting calls to say, you know what, your risk profile as a country is a bit problematic. We are holding on to investment. And these are issues that we will have to talk about and we'll have to resolve. Thank you.
A very critical message. How do we build the capacity of the SMEs? SMEs are critical the world over. Uganda is an SME economy, if I may be allowed to say so. And even if you don't allow me, I have said it. So you go and sort yourself out. How do we build the capacity of SMEs? We cannot just talk about it. Ministry of Finance, you've had a lot of funding with private sector foundation Uganda in these areas. What is coming out? Can we get a report of progress and what else we can do to build the capacity of SMEs? He hasn't asked for money. He said, help us to have the means of putting our books in order. We can be an app. Somebody can develop an app for them to easily do it. We've seen this happen. But also, how do we market? They need to access the markets, and possibly they need some skills and capacity to do that. We're moving on to Joseph. Where is your 2 minutes value add to this conversation?
Thank you very much, Fred. Sometimes I'm short of what to say, but let me take it this way. Integrated planning is the take that we're getting from this meeting. This is important. And the NPA is set up for exactly that. And the restructurings are happening. One of the things that we've been complaining about is the issue of socioeconomic planning and fiscal planning taking different directions and sitting in different places in the same government. That has been addressed. So we hope now that with these interactions, we can be able to sort out some of the basic mistakes that we see. That you wake up one morning and the standard gauge rail is conflicting with a flyover in the same ministry, in different departments. And we are not so proud of such things. And we should be doing something about it. That has been addressed. Aligning the budget to the plan, that is moving. You can see a lot of alignment is now beginning to happen. We now have to go for efficiency and do things the right way. We are seeing Wakiso all becoming a housing estate, land use planning. So for me, when there is the easy target here is to blame planning, and we'll take the blame. Now, the other point is that we advise everybody and the private sector, implement the plan. Electric trains are already in that plan through the SGR for 2 plans, isn't it? You recall, 2 plans. All these things have been done.
So we remove it in the 3rd one.
Maybe we have to propose so. So the bottom line is, while you're one of the best countries that plan best, you plan very well, I can tell you, but we implement very badly. And we are tired of that song. In my view, we need to change the way we implement. We need to prioritize better. Okay. Right now, our priorities with these shocks should change quickly to address the issues without causing a lot of problems on the political side. And now let me address my brother and my senior, who said that Monterey authorities don't have contracts with the people. Monterey authorities have a very big contract with the people. Price level. I mean, if that is not a contract, then I would not understand what a contract is. The day we don't have good prices here, you may see a revolution that you have never seen. So in my view, let us go back. Let us cherish the macroeconomic stability we have achieved for a very long time. And let us not forget. Because, Fred, we are beginning to forget that it is important. And we are beginning to question why we're even investing in it. Now, secondly, I will go back to data. We need to invest in data again. Sage, my mother is 85, and she's the first to get that 20,000 shillings. She doesn't deserve that money. I can look after her. But we're using age. You clock 85, you're on the list. All of you here, your mothers should not get that 20,000. The majority of you, your mothers are getting this money. So for me, we need to go back. Data, 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 and data. Even this planning I'm leading without data I don't see what we are doing in that area. And I think for today I've been so harsh on myself. But the next time I come back, I'll come back battling. Thank you.
You're going to be harsh on another person. I hope that person know themselves. Next time come with full body armor.
Oh, That is tomorrow. Okay, that is okay. It won't happen.
I think integrated planning and speaking realities on the ground, should we still be asking for district development plans, maybe regional development plans? Because I've talked about grower schemes. Big value adders want to see scale. So what if a neighboring district is in rabbits, another one is in cockroaches, and then I can't invest, I can't add value to those things. But I want to come and see that the entire eastern region or northern region has decided to do this. You are in charge of this, it's a takeout for you. Maybe the next plan should be speaking to regional development plans. More so when the politics is subdividing the cake and calling them districts and small things. Jane, you are going to come with the last bit in your 2 minutes. What is the value add from the conversation?
Thank you so much, Chair. I will start from where you have ended, the issue of planning. When I said that we need a Ministry of Planning, the emphasis is on the importance of planning. Development is not by accident. And when we talk about planning, we are not saying, I'm not saying planning shouldn't go with money, but that's budgeting. I'm talking about meticulous, long-term planning, to be able to see as a country, where are we going? Where do we want to be? For me, I think that's important, and I think there is a gap there. Another issue is we need to scan the environment. When we are talking, it's like we are talking in a vacuum. There are things going out there. Isabella raised that issue about what's happening out there. And I think in our planning, we need to do that. Things are happening. She talked about, we know the Ukraine war, but there are threats, but there are also opportunities. We are negotiating the Continental Free Trade Area. We have expanded the East African community to include DRC. How are we planning for that? You know, how do we position ourselves there? Another issue which is really important is the issue of institutions and policies. If we agree that this is where we want to go, what are those key institutions that we need to reach where we are going? And I go back to the issue of the Ministry of Trade, Industry, and Cooperative. We need to reassess the budget. Today, that ministry doesn't have a trade policy. Our trade policy ended in 2018, and they have no resources to put a new trade policy. That's just one example. Lastly, the issue of vulnerability. The assumption is that it's the people in the villages who are vulnerable. All of us are vulnerable. And I saw that during COVID, we are just a paycheck away from vulnerability. Those people we think are vulnerable, they have their cassava to fall back on. The president told us to eat cassava, we are up in arms. Those people have their cassava. So when we talk about vulnerability, we need to address the entire kind of vulnerabilities we are all facing and how we can be able to address them. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for my panelists and yourselves, please. You don't have to clap for me. You'll do that in the evening so that it is louder and all combined, compounded, and expanded with all the benefits that come with it in the evening. You'll even have had lunch by then. As my panelists resume their seats, I want to re-emphasize the case. This morning I woke up to see another shooting in the US. 19 young people and 2 adults. And I was like, and then what was next? Bullies, big guys in the US, soldiers, moving around with guns and all sorts of body armor. And I'm like, this is now like buffaloes going to attack a lion and chase it away. But the Americans have failed to address the issue of gun policy. So I think that's the message we pick from Jen Nalunga. Policies and institutions do matter. If you don't address the issues of policies and institutions, you'll always be dealing with crisis. Now, somebody is going to take us through to try to identify the vulnerable. What has happened at the different levels? Where are they? What do we know? What don't we know? What has been the impact of these commodity prices on income distribution and poverty trends, as well as related tangible policy recommendation? The key messages here is tangible policy recommendations. I'm going to invite Executive Director or her representative from the Economic Policy Research Center to come it here. I've seen Dr. Ibrahim Kasiri. I think you are the person going to take us through. Where are the poor? What do we know? What do we need to know? What don't we know? How do we go about this? Your time starts now, and please, if you can fit into maybe 15, 20 minutes, that should be sufficient. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Fred. The Deputy Governor, Bank of Uganda, the Minister of Finance, all protocol observed. My name is Ibrahim Kasiri, and I'm representing my Executive Director, Dr. Sarah Sewanyana, this morning, who is unable to be here. And as the I hope. Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that the slides are flowing. Okay. Yeah, I got it. As I mentioned a while ago, I'm representing Dr. Sarah Sewanyana, the Executive Director, EPRC. Before I proceed, I wish to recognize the support in conducting this research and the slides from the IGC, the International Growth Center based in Bank of Uganda. For the 15 minutes I've been given, I'll look at mainly 3 issues. What drove us here? I won't dwell so much about that. This morning, a lot has been talked about the fact that the inflation has been externally or imported in this country. I'll focus more on the domestic implications that had been indicated, but most importantly, the policy options given the state at which we are, and also given the fact that the drivers of these changes are external. Starting from the global changes, this particular chart looks at how the prices or the index of food has changed from basically over a 30-year period, but the focus is more on the last 5 or so years. There's been a very sharp surge in the price, in the food price index in the last 2 years, but most importantly, there's been a very huge surge in the last 6 or so months. Part of this driven by the fact that the world recovered from or returned from the COVID lockdowns that happened around August 2021, where the demands for fuel and other commodities increased sharply. But most recently has been the fact that there's been a war in Ukraine. It's important because these 2 countries that are at war, that is Russia and Ukraine, are heavy producers of food. Just last week, I think, the World Food Program and the World Health Organization mentioned that because of the blockade of wheat exports, countries that depend heavily on wheat are going to suffer, the Egypts of this world, but also we are likely to suffer. So there's been a very huge surge in the last 6 or so months, driven by a range of factors, many of which have been discussed this morning. Not all prices have increased. It's worth noting that some prices have increased far much more than the others. For the commodities that are of interest to Uganda, cooking oil or vegetable oil increased dramatically. cereals like maize, but also sugar and fuel increased, but it's not on this chart. Vegetable oil increased prior to the start of the Ukraine war, driven partly by the distortions from the major producers of these two of the commodities, that is Indonesia and Malaysia, who control 85% of the global production. So by February of this year, the prices of cooking oil in Uganda were more than 25%. That's just before Ukraine and Russia went to war. Other prices, fuel had also increased, partly because of the closure of, or the opening up of economies. It's been mentioned that the shock that's being imported is unlikely to be short-lived. People expected that the Ukraine war would end in a matter of weeks, and it's gone on past months, and there are projections it could take a year or so. And this precisely increases the level of distortions in the market. Even for the countries that are not fighting, they are trying to game what's going to happen by introducing protectionist policies. You can't export this, it has only to go to the local market. And all that is driving these international prices and eventually the domestic prices. What have been the implications of these global changes? There are quite a number. This particular chart tries to map the key items in the Ugandan basket, the ones that are consumed quite heavily, from laundry soap, cooking oil, petrol, maize, and the extent to which the prices have increased. It's worth noting that these prices, which account for a very large share of the consumer price index basket, have increased most. Hence, the food price index of our inflation is bound to increase in the next, it has already increased and is bound to increase further if the price changes higher. The changes disproportionately affect poor people. The commodities that are increasing quite substantially are heavily consumed by poor people. This particular chart plots the consumption of those previous or 7 or so commodities and the extent to which various groups, a consumption decile represents a 10%, part of a 10% distribution in an income distribution. So this decile number 1 is the poorest 10%, 2 is the poorest 20%, until the top, the richest. It's worth noting that those people in the poorest 10% or the poorest 20% consume heavily these kinds of products. The maize, the laundry soap, cooking oil. It's only when it comes to petrol and related items that they consume far much less. What does this mean? As had been indicated, I think, a while ago, if you subsidize energy and petrol prices, you're benefiting only the relatively well-to-do, and you are disproportionately affecting the most deserving who should get this kind of subsidies. This particular chart also tries to look at how for certain products, notably, and they're all foods, matoke, cooking oil, maize, and sugar, and it's indicated that inflation in these 5 products had decreased consumption, based on the estimates, had decreased consumption by around 2.7% on average across the lowest quintile. That's the lowest 20%, but only 0.2% for the highest quintile. That's the richest 20%. What that means is that for any changes that happen, it's mainly the poor that are likely to make those very hard decisions of reducing consumption, but it also has macroeconomic implications. When soap was at 5,000, the amount that was consumed or demanded in the economy didn't remain the same when soap went to 10,000. So the manufacturers with their heavy, huge installed capacity could no longer, didn't have the demand. You don't have the same people demanding at 10,000 shillings. So higher prices are inevitably going to lead to lower consumption of those given commodities. The same applies to when you look at prices for petrol and you compare them to the prices of laundry soap. Here we're trying to look at what's the effect of inflation on the various groups. The bottom based on the expenditure, based on the expenditure percentile. So the bottom 20% are the poorest, and the top 80% are the richest. From this chart, you can see that the effect or the net income change from the inflation for petrol and for laundry soap is quite high for the poorest, and also, but it's petrol that has the most effect on those that are relatively well-to-do. This table looks at how inflation on the selected 7 commodities I highlighted earlier results in either a large net welfare loss, shows that changes in inflation for the 7 commodities results in the largest net welfare losses for the poorest households, far much more than the richest households. So the increase in prices of the 7 commodities affects the poorest far much more, despite what we has been mentioned earlier here. Partly, we also note that these are the people who have relatively limited substitution options. I now move to the third and last part of my presentation, which looks at the policy options to address these high inflations. It's worth noting that in the last 1 or so months, there's been significant discussion on what should be done or what shouldn't be done, or even whether sitting it out, as was indicated or announced by the president, is the best option. Sitting it out means here, in my case, do nothing could be a better option than trying to intervene, distort, and the people you're attempting to protect are hit in a far worse manner. For you to have appropriate policy response, there are several criteria. First, it should be affordable. Given the rate at which we have increased our level of debt, especially in the last 2 years, that is the COVID years, could we afford to implement subsidies that has been implemented in other countries? As we've shown from here, the worst affected people, especially for food commodities, are the poor. Can you target these people appropriately? A while ago, people mentioned that we don't have the lists of these poor. Then, are you moving or scaling back on existing reforms or changing course? So those are the kind of issues, that criteria that one should look at. There are also issues of concern, depending on how you respond. There are instances where you could have currency appreciation just to cushion inflation. You could also freeze regulated prices, notably of electricity and water regulated by the Electricity Regulatory Authority and other. And also, you could attempt, or another issue of concern is the fuel price stabilization. What risks does it create, as had been indicated by our neighbors? Which brings me to that particular issue. In some of our neighboring countries, notably I think Kenya and Rwanda, have responded to the price changes by implementing fuel subsidies. That is, government pays part of the price of fuel through meeting the price through the importers. What happened in Kenya in April, and that was last month, because the importers were not paid on time, the amount they imported to sell on the Kenyan market reduced. Then you had that level of congestion. Here it is showing mainly borders, but the lines for the cars was far much higher. That is an example of a distortion in the market that, yes, as a government, you promise to give subsidies, you fail to pay these subsidies on time, and then the market reacts by not importing the required quantities because they don't have the money. And you have, in the case of Kenya, because it's a regulated price, the price didn't increase. But a border who has spent an hour to get fuel is going and pays the same amount is going to charge you more because of the very relatively large waiting time. So we look, based on the estimates undertaken by IGC, they've been estimates to show what would have happened or what could happen if a subsidy of 200 Uganda shillings is taken off the price of fuel. You would be able to register an equivalent reduction of around 200 or 250 Ugandan shillings. But I wish to put this into perspective. At the time these prices started rising, somewhere in February, I think it was November, December, it was in the 4,000s. So you give a subsidy of 200 shillings, we're now at 5,500. If you give them that amount, it reduces to say 5,300. In a week or a month later, the global prices change and your subsidy has been eaten away by the international movement. So that's the kind of situation that we find ourselves in. This particular chart shows what would be, first, the changes in consumption from a subsidy would be captured most if both by, just a step back. The chart looks at how consumption would change in response to the subsidy on either kerosene, petrol, or diesel. The light purple line is kerosene, the dark purple is petrol, and the dotted line is diesel. For both petrol and diesel, the increased consumption would happen among the relatively well-to-do, i.e. are the ones who can afford this fuel. The increased consumption for kerosene would only happen among the relatively poor. So from this, you'd see that it's only kerosene or changes in the price of kerosene that would benefit relatively poor person in comparison to their rich counterpart. But at what cost would you achieve this subsidy? The estimate, and this is a static fiscal cost, is around 443 billion Uganda shillings per year, and this is huge. In terms of percentage of GDP, around 0.3% of GDP, this is quite substantial if government is giving away this money and not knowing where it's going to get them. So it definitely would favor rich people if we gave fuel subsidies to, especially for petrol and diesel. The other option in the estimates by the IGC looked at removing the excise tax or duty on cooking oil. Worth noting that around July of last year, there were several changes in the way, in the treatment of or taxes imposed on the crude oil depending on the level of processing, and it increased the price slightly then. what this particular chart shows you is that, as I indicated, refined cooking oil registered some of the largest increases in prices, and this is basically for Uganda. It's one of those red bars, the second last. The other one is laundry soap. But it's also worth noting that these two products depend on the same level of input. Laundry soap is a byproduct of crude oil refining. So we try to look at what happens if you take away the excise tax of 200 shillings. The results show that the average retail price would reduce by around 2.4%, basically between 250 and 300 Uganda shillings, assuming everything else remaining constant. Who would benefit from this? Surprisingly, it's mainly, it would be benefited by the relatively well-to-do because they consume this particular product in much more quantities or in larger quantities compared to their richer counterparts. When we did research at EPRC sometime in February and March, and we interviewed the producers of these products, and they are not very many, there are around 5 producers of cooking oil and laundry soap, they said taking away the tax would have an effect of a reduction in the retail price by 300 shillings. However, the largest proportion of the cost of these two products is international. If for whatever reason the international price changed, then the benefit of 300 shillings could be wiped out in a matter of weeks, if not months. The other issue that was considered in the analysis is tariff liberalization, and it's worth noting that this is also a very sensitive issue, given the fact that some of the products that are considered here, some of the 7 products that are considered here have or face different tariff regimes within the East Africa region. So while tariff liberalization, there could be attempts to increase competition and probably reduce prices. So would this be something that could take on? This particular chart looks at the 7 products. It looks at, the first column looks at their weighted tariff, the ones you face when you come into Uganda. If you do import maize, you face a tariff that's relatively large. And then look into the import share. The second tariff looks at the import share of consumption. So maize, relatively minimal or hardly any imports. Matoke, around 3%, I think mainly from DRC. Petrol, 100%. Soap, 50%. Sugar, also very low because we have extremely high. I think that 16% is the industrial sugar. Then vegetable oil, extremely high. Wheat, also extremely high. So what would change or a tariff liberalization lead like? It would only benefit particular products. The price change or reduction would be for sugar and wheat. Sugar, because they are low-cost producers in Brazil who could be able to sell at a much lower price than we do produce here. So removing tariffs will result in a revenue loss of around 3 billion, and which is relatively small. The consumers would adjust by increasing purchases of some of these imported products, so there could be higher returns from VAT, but also the benefits are relatively quite low in GDP comparison terms. So nonetheless, even if you liberalize, we could be affected by other changes that are happening in the world that drive these distortions. An issue was raised as I come to the end. Can we do transfers? And how much could we how far could we go if we went to do these transfers? In July of last year and the year earlier, there were attempts to transfer money to the urban poor. First, we couldn't identify them. Second, when we eventually identified them and listed them, we couldn't transfer money quickly to them due to various inefficiencies in the system. So here, we try to estimate, can a targeted transfer work? How fast, how would you deliver it? It would be basically by mobile money because of the relatively very low costs of administration if you had the list. What would be the effect of trying to provide a targeted cash transfer? It would cost you quite substantially, around 86 billion per year. And this, I should note, is on the higher side, depending in comparison to the SAGE cash transfer scheme that's out there targeting people who are 85 years and above. Finally, what should we do or shouldn't we do? The first thing is any action you take is going to cost you. So unless you have the right amount of pockets, you are likely to have counterproductive effects from taking on a policy action, i.e. if you took on a subsidy and failed to pay this subsidy in time, that would affect the amount of products that you have on the market, and hence prices, or you could create a black market of that. So any actions you take should be affordable. Then the targeting of the poor would be welcome, but you have to ensure that the types of products you do target are those that are consumed by the poor. From the analysis of these household surveys, the fuel is consumed by relatively well-to-do. The other issue is trying to go back. We've been in a relatively liberalized environment over the last so many years, and when you try to introduce controls and subsidies, you are going some steps back on these kind of reforms. And what will be the ultimate effect of doing that? In conclusion, the inflation we've witnessed in the last few months is relatively imported, an outcome of the COVID lockdowns being lifted, surge in global demand, and then more recently a war that has led to countries looking at or looking inward by introducing protectionist policies on key commodities, some of which we do consume here in Uganda. The first round effects for the global inflation surge in Uganda have occurred via jumps in the prices of the commodities, the 7-1, as well as others, and have had adverse effects on the poor. Uganda can best adapt by maintaining a sound and flexible macroeconomic environment, which allows price adjustments to run their course. Nonetheless, there are the opportunities or scope for some selective interventions to deal with the impact of rising prices on low incomes. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ibrahim Kasiria and IGC for this analysis. Now you know the people who informed the president on the decisions he took, but don't throw stones at them, because I'm sure the president will not let them be unprotected. You might never know who picks you up when you throw a stone at them. But that said, we want the conversation coming next to be looking forward. Now that subsidies or no subsidies is known, the decision was taken and communicated to us on Sunday. So what do we do next? But also, knowing the politician that Museveni is, I don't know who he's meeting right now, because he can also listen to that person. And that person might have a very good argument. Technocrats will always throw curves and graphs. The other people speak to the political economy. So when you hear the Mr. Museveni saying, I'm going to address this in the state of the nation, he might be editing that speech. In the technocratic world, you need to be wary of anything. And that's what makes us technocrats. We always plan for contingencies and anything. Julius Mukunda, Civil Society Budget Advocacy Group. You need to come and look for your name up here. You have been upgraded to business class. Professor Augustus Nwagaba, is he in the house? Or fuel price increases have affected him? But that's why we put you in the middle panel, so that even if fuel prices are increased, you can walk to here. You have so many people walking from Kabale for the pilgrimage. Please come in and take a seat. The Chief Executive Officer, Private Sector Foundation, will join us later. So we'll be able to receive that one later. Now, I have a juggling card here to do on the IGC. I could have invited Mr. Liam Carson to come, but then that will mean I have a manual here, not a panel. So I'm going to bias my conversation to Ms. Harriet Conron to come. Both of them are technically competent to be here. That's why I'm comfortable with whoever comes. They work together as a team. Mr. Carson, be ready to respond from the floor, because I'll get to you to make a contribution as well. But I want to give Conron, these are all C's, great people to have. Mark your questions that you may want to have. We want to speak to the future now that the subsidy issue is known. I saw one interesting thing in the, and we're going to have a conversation soon, early next month, about social protection policy. The World Bank has been doing some work there. I hear some noises there that something is going to come up. We need a social protection policy. This business being raised here, which is very fundamental, that while the subsidy you want to give or targeting transfers to the households may not be that detrimental, the cost of targeting them is going to be quite prohibitive. Why do we wait for a crisis to know where the vulnerable are? So how do we make this the norm, that we know where they are? So that anytime there is a problem, you just press the button, and off it goes to them and where they would be. I think Mr. Carson can actually join us. I have an extra chair now that the Private Sector Foundation Uganda is still out there. Maybe they knew you would want to be here. So I'm going to have a Professor Nwagaba is coming in, and I have an extra chair here for myself. But I don't see it when doing these kinds of things. Let me begin with the pyramid on its head. Any question from the public? Where the public is, yourselves there. Two people to ask even before these people talk, because Ibrahim Kasiri has already spoken. And he'll be responding from where he is. There is somebody on his table. Any other person, a lady preferably? We want to begin with the pyramid on its head. Because the bottom of the pyramid is not healthy. We all agree. So this pyramid we are sitting on at the top is very, very fragile. It looks like the head is stronger than the base. So let's begin from the other side. Oh, they all of them are coming from the same table. Microphone, please, right on the other table. I have my first and second there. Let's begin it off that way. The pyramid is not balanced. The bottom of the pyramid is very shaky. I don't know how when you people last bought a quarter kilo of meat. That's the bottom of the pyramid. They now can't afford a quarter of a kilo of meat. You're talking of a bar of soap has gone high. People down there don't buy bars. They buy pieces, those small strips And by the way, now they have not reduced them in price, but they have reduced them in size. I met a quarrel down there, and sometimes it's nice to walk around and see what the bottom of the pyramid is like. So you have your 1 minute to start us off.
Thank you.
Oh, this one snatched the microphone, eh? So you will be three, it's okay.
Oh, thank
he
you.
He has a red tie, so you know what that means, eh?
Whatever that means, thank you so much. My name is Charles Sopolot. I'm a police analyst, public police analyst. Actually, you've almost spoken my mind. I want to thank Ibrahim for the presentation. But fast forward, the safety nets. Please, my brother, doctor, don't give Ugandans money again the way you gave them. There's a lot of, no, when I say you, not you the person, but you, the MPs and stuff. The other time we gave money, but we don't know where the money went. Please don't give Ugandans money again the way you did. First of all, we don't know whom we gave the money. It was just a bottomless pit. So the safety net of issuing cash money was political and extremely irrelevant, if so to say. Two, my brother said keep the eye on a bigger picture. What do you mean? You are being so academic, so vague. Which bigger picture? This government promised to collapse the agencies. Up to today, it has never happened. That should have been done earlier than yesterday. So we would save some money. Even the MPs here, you should go on recess for some three months. We'd save some money. Those are the bigger pictures. Even the ministers, with all those sirens all over the place, one minister is running with the 4 vehicles. For heaven's sake, why? Can't you have 3 guns in one car and you move with your sirens? Must you have a state minister having 4 vehicles? What country is this? What are we talking about?
Thank you.
Thank you.
He has spoken both the top and the bottom. The bottom, he has said, don't give money. The top, remove the money. Balance the budget. Ibrahim Kasir, you respond to that later on. That's why I wanted them to come through. You have your 1 minute, sir. My manual is waiting.
Thank you, Dr. Mwamuza and the organizers of this function. I bring you greetings from Gulu, because the mitigation of this conference per se is to be localized so that the essence can be seen and felt. IMF, it is wrong to compare us with you when our infrastructure and our economies have disparities. The excuse being presented and exaggerated now, to me, is really wrong. The professionals gathered here, especially Honorable Musasizi Henry and Deputy Bank of Uganda Governor, we are looking at basic questions to mitigate the challenges we have, including policy. These are my questions. Why have both of you, Bank of Uganda and Honorable Musasizi, failed to communicate all the above contents to Ugandans, economic engagers, the agriculturists, the traders, labor traders? We export labor force, as you know. Service sectors, you know, hotels and tourism. B, why did you allow the socio-economic engagers above to exploit the vacuum to rob the public in Ugandan cities, municipalities, and districts, where the service providers and traders are at liberty to increase prices and costs at freedom, even when the services and commodities are available, not imported from Russia or from Ukraine? C, why does the professionals among you in Ministry of Finance, Bank of Uganda and IMF allow now legitimate excuse that my mango is expensive because of war in Russia and Ukraine, even when the trader knows he or she did not import the mangoes from Russia or from Ukraine? The professionals in Ministry of Finance, Bank of Uganda and IMF, are you allowing and permitting our citizens to name their children now Russia, Ukraine, and there's a college called Russia and Ukraine? 3, from March 2019 to 2022 now, May, there was only economic depression to everybody except the medical sector. The medical sector accumulated all the benefits of their profession within this time when we all cried in other sectors. How are you rebalancing the other professionals providing services to the country and recover from their depression anyway, per se? Number 4 and last, Bank of Uganda, commercial banks, you have become very insensitive in cross-cutting productive and constructive capital funding opportunities in the country. Skills development, vocational knowledge. How are you not able to fund the private sector to engage in this? Should we believe in a traditional context that the vocational colleges and skill development should be done by the governments only? Can't we do?
Thank you.
B, give me 30 seconds. Real estate sector. We have a booming demand in the admired administration of President Museveni in the country. Everybody in Africa converges here. Are we funding the private sector to put the housing and other infrastructure which can meet these demands? Or we only sing in Serena Conference Center? C, banks and bank users' bridge should be constructed so that the banks can be relevant to the local beneficiaries in the rural areas. Speaking good English and excellent grammar from Britain here, it's not liquidating the problem. Okay. Minister of Finance, Bank of Uganda, IMF, and all the debaters will localize what we are discussing here to benefit somebody in Moroto, Arua, Gulu, Kasese, Fort Poto. This is the essence of what my coming here from Gulu. Thank you.
Those hand claps mean a lot. He has given us the exam. Makere is in graduation mode, but this is an exam mode. And we will come up with the answers, or at least take the questions. You have the floor, Mama.
I'm Dr. Julian Adieri, CEO and founder, Delight Uganda Limited, board member, Private Sector Foundation, and a chairperson, Noya Fruit Growers Cooperative Society. My concern is, how is the National Planning Authority coming to private sector? We plan together to widen the task base. One, we attended the CEO's Forum in Chankwanzi, where I remember, and I quote, the Permanent Secretary Minister of Finance said, government is a big brother. You must tie it up and pay all the taxes. When government was planning to put the system that people should pay taxes 100%, putting the stamps on every bottle and everything you produce, government did not come to meet us as private sector to help us plan in our own organization to be compliant and how to transform actually the informal sector to be bankable and taxable, and how to help us to be compliant. Another point is, I've worked with, in the community with the informal sector. I look at them as our advantage, not disadvantage. The source of production. Why can't government plan together with private sector? We handle the complete value chain of production so that we can produce our simisim, our mangoes, our grass, everything, and we export and we get money, and together we come out of poverty. At times, as private sector, we are overburdened. As a local entrepreneur, we had to make a road, 19-kilometer road. We are suffering, but the government does not come to do their job. We find that we are doing the job of government. At times, we are asked questions on what we cannot do. Uganda, we have the people who are highly educated, the technical people. Let them come at the grassroots. We plan together and see how we can develop our Uganda together. Thank you. I submit.
Panelists, you have heard the presentation and a snapshot of the views from the public. This is a good representation of the public. The top, the bottom, the middle are all with us. Now I'm at a loss to see where to begin, but let me dare Professor Nwagaba first and give him 2 minutes. Now I'm daring him on 2 things. That he must stick to 2 minutes in telling us why he's here. Of course you were invited and you accepted. So why are you here? Why didn't you change your program and send us an apology? You insisted and came. You had a reason. 2 minutes, please.
Thank you very much, my colleague Fred, and also thank you so much, people who are here. My brother, the governor of the Central Bank, Michael. I was here, first of all, I was invited. That's number one, but I'm also a stakeholder, particularly at this time, when my clients, the ones who are suffering the full brunt of these shocks we are discussing. I specialize in poverty reduction analysis and the policy frameworks to respond, and I'm not happy these days when I see my people who are supposed to be working with the suffering, not because it is their own making, but because of so many factors which we have all come here to understand. Thank you, sir.
Yes, as a poverty person, the bottom of the pyramid is really fragile. You've passed the exam. That I expect a professor to do. Stuck to the time and give us the purpose. Julius, for you, I want to ask you the same thing. You represent the civil society. Who represent the people in many of these discussions and conversations? From where you sit, from the work you do, what should we be talking about? What should we be thinking?
Thanks, Fred. I think in this challenging times, something I have picked is we should not try to solve a crisis by creating more crises. We must avoid that. And I was happy with EPRC presentation because we are here talking about subsidies, but they are telling you what is likely to do. We are talking about reducing taxes, they are telling what is likely to be done. So what should we be doing? First, I think let us avoid shortage. I just have 2 points on this one. Avoid shortage. Invest in production and productivity. Prices of soap went up, 10,000. Everybody rushed into that sector to start producing soap. It came to 8,000, to 7,000, and I think by the end of this month, it is likely to go back to its original price because everybody has rushed to invest in that sector. So I believe if, as a government, you keep on investing in the production and productivity, prices are likely to come down, especially even in investing in alternatives. The question of these seed oil crops, I mean, we have so many projects that have been going on, and I don't know what they have brought out for. This is a conversation of last year, which really should not be here, but I think it's high time we bring it up. The second and last for me is, I think the question of know your customer, Fred, cannot get out of this conversation. We really suffered during COVID, even to distribute food physically. We could not know where the people who needed the food were. The ministers were confessing, those ones who are the ones guarding to give the food so it is not stolen, that he would go to look for a person, they can't see them. So I think investing in profiling our customers, our citizens, and that's why for us, parish development model is very critical to get that important data and identify our clients. Thank you.
We cannot plan, we cannot discuss about people we do not know. I will share an experience I had with a minister who during the distribution of food was in charge of Kampala. And so he went around to do the political supervision of the food distribution. And when everybody had been served and he was about to leave, he watched a group of another 80 who had not been served. And he asked the LOC1 chairperson, and who are these? He said, I also don't know them, they are refugees. Now, quite often when we are planning, we think about refugee districts in northern Uganda, but they are refugees in Kampala. Know your customer. That message from the central bank to the banks needs to go from the central bank to government. You are an advisor of government, So we want also to come up some messages to government. On the advisory side, much as we also know we are a banker to the government, but let's also advise the people we bank. Knowing their customers is critical, because that's how we found ourselves here. We're not even blaming, surely we shouldn't be discussing soybean, but I have two people here. Let me punctuate the men and cross over to the ladies. These hoarse voices have spoiled the microphones. Please spice it up. Your 2-3 minutes begin now. There is a button to press, I hope. Oh,
okay.
Good.
Thank you, Doctor, and thank you, DG, for inviting us today. I am Harriet Conron, and this is my colleague, Liam Carson. Today we are representing our boss, Richard Newfarmer, who is the country director for IGC Uganda, but he is in Chile at the moment. Can I respond to the questions?
You have a blank check, so we'll see how you use it.
Okay.
The governor is here, he will cover it in case it goes beyond what I can afford.
So I think I'll respond to some of the questions about Ibrahim's presentation since we helped him to prepare it. The first gentleman, sorry I didn't catch your name, you asked about what does keep an eye on the bigger picture mean. I think what we intended when we were preparing that slide is that any policy response to inflation should be we should prioritize the government's existing structural reform agenda. So we should refrain from introducing policies that we think would be a bad idea in the absence of high inflation, right? We don't want to introduce something that we then have to unwind when this crisis is over. So hopefully that answers your question. The second gentleman asked about the impact of kind of imported inflation on domestically produced products. Is that right? You were complaining about mangoes. One thing to keep in mind is that fuel prices are an input to the general price level in the economy because things have to be transported from where they are grown to the market, right? And we don't have a very good estimate for the pass-through from fuel prices to domestic prices. But we think that some of the modeling that Ibrahim presented on the excise duties on fuels, we think that would look a little bit more progressive if we included the general price level impact, right? But we still would not recommend it. We still think that overall these subsidies would largely accrue to the wealthiest households in Uganda. I think that's all I have to respond to the questions. Maybe Liam can give our IGC remarks a bit more comprehensively. Thanks.
Yeah, Carson, you have 3 minutes, really, to start us off with the conversation.
Wonderful. I think the first thing I would say, perhaps reiterating a lot of what's been said today, doing nothing is often the best approach. Uganda has really developed this reputation for macro stability around the world, and that's credit to the Bank of Uganda, it's credit to the Ministry of Finance. And a big part of that is the lack of distortionary policies which policymakers have undertaken over the past 20 years. And we've spoken already about some of the various problems with different interventions regarding subsidies. I would elaborate on something Dr. Ibrahim said earlier about currency appreciation. I think policymakers need to be very careful about not intervening in the FX market. We've seen various currency crises over the past 20, 30 years. Mexico 1994, Argentina 2001, even more recently the currency crisis, the economic crises we've seen in Venezuela, in Lebanon. This is all fundamentally cut. The biggest trigger for these crises was an overvalued exchange rate. So I think it's really important that policymakers continue not to intervene in the FX market. So a doing nothing approach is perhaps the best way forward. I would also like to reiterate what Dr. Ibrahim said about kind of any appropriate policy response. And if policymakers in Uganda decide to change course and would like to use the tax system or the budget to have a material impact on the commodity price increases, the three criteria, as Dr. Ibrahim said, is that any policy is fiscally affordable. That's incredibly important. We've seen the budget deficit widen considerably due to COVID-19. We've seen public debt rise. I think any policy has to be pro-poor. It has to benefit those at the lowest end of the income distribution. And it needs to be a good policy in any environment. So it needs to be a good policy today with high inflation. It needs to be a good policy in 5 years and a good policy in 10 years. And for that, I would argue that perhaps one of the most effective policies might be to eliminate the excise duty on cooking oil, as Dr. Ibrahim highlighted. The reason for this is that this product is disproportionately consumed by the poorest people in society, and it fails the purpose of an excise duty. Excise duties are supposed to discourage bad behavior. Now, you could argue, you know what, there's health benefits of having this excise duty because it could encourage people to boil their own food. But fundamentally, I don't think that offsets the fact that this is an excise duty on an essential good and a good disproportionately consumed by the poor. So if policymakers would like to do anything, eliminating the excise duty on cooking oil, I think would be a fairly good policy option.
Thank you very much. The key message here so far, and as we even go forward, policies do matter. And at times, policies have bigger impacts on all communities. You can target the vulnerable to ease a temporary pain like now, but the bottom line, get back to the policies. In the 80s, and there is somebody in the house who qualifies to be called Tata Coffee, but I will not call him so just because Mama Mabira became a minister, because he stood for Mabira. So if we call this guy Tata Coffee, he might become a minister, and that may not be a good thing for me and for him and for many other people, because we want him in the other spaces. But what happened in the 80s when we liberalized the coffee market? People remember there was a coffee marketing board. And at that point, the evidence is clear that coffee farmers were receiving 30% of the international price of coffee. After liberalization, that went up to 70%. Vulnerable people were lifted out of vulnerability and out of poverty just because of that policy of liberalization. So you're speaking about dealing with higher level policies rather than targeting. Targeting is important. And this I've said that's not an option. Where are those policies that we need to review so that we can strengthen the resilience of these individuals and give them more benefit even as they go through? We need to leave this meeting with some of these conversations. And Professor Nwagaba deals with poverty, has been dealing with poverty. What is it like down there? What is holding people back into poverty? Are there two policies that we really can speak to? Are there two things we can do? Forget about this thing of targeting Omoga here and then some Entandikwa there. What are these things that we can do at policy level that will open up the space and the poor will move on? You deal with these issues. I'm giving you some 3 minutes on this one because it is a passion to you really and to me, as we know.
Thank you very much, Fred. What we have and which people must understand is the linkage between the policy, what we know as the macro economic picture, and then the micro, in this case where we are talking about the households. Now, Uganda has been doing very well, as you all know. We have been growing at a very high level, a growth of about 6.3%. At one time it went to 9%, as you know. No, but the question has been the cascading of this growth to be felt by the households and to be able to tell people that, yes, we identify with this growth which is being talked about. And it is very clear there is no dispute about the macroeconomic, first of all, stability we have had. This is a country which has had very, very good macroeconomic performance. Now, the challenge has been, and now you have seen it vividly here, that the linkage between the two has been lacking. I have been working with the Minister of Local Government to ensure that nobody is living on the wrong side of the road for growth. And how do you do this? Is to ensure that if you are talking about monetary and fiscal authorities, these should speak to the people, I mean to the household level, And if you speak about the budget should speak to the people. I can just give you one example. Uganda's GDP has been 37.2 billion. We have just rebased it by including in the oil infrastructure, which has brought our GDP possibly at about 41 billion. If we talk about GDP, those who may not have gone to classes where they were talking about that, it's simply we get consumption plus investment, we add money we have just received, the export receipts, we subtract money we have spent out on imports, we add government expenditure, and as Professor Nwagaba may have now added something new. Michael Mia is subtract now E. So it becomes Y is equal to C plus I plus X minus M plus G, but minus E. E is for environmental VEX, valid environmental components. So if you look at what we have done in Namamve and so on, we should be able to subtract E, the cost of doing all of these things we have done to get this GDP of 41 billion. This animal is currently 41 billion. Let's assume it is just 41 billion US dollars. We are talking about US dollars. We have done well because when you look at around 1980s, this number was very small, but now it has really increased. Now this increase, Fred, is now where the problem is, where the challenge is. Not everybody has benefited from this growth. Actually, when you look at the data for which we did with some work with Oxfam, you find that 35.6%, and I'm sure my brother Ibrahim was presenting this quintiles here, is that the bottom 10 plus the 20% are enjoying almost 56% of that growth, which really means that we have a very big challenge of making sure that this growth is democratized. And that's why the problem is. Then number two is that our GDP, which I've described here, of 41 billion, where does it come from? And this is where the problem is, Michael, and my brother here, Joseph, and the PSS team, my friend here, the brother has come, is that this 41 billion is really coming from a wrong site. 43.3% of it is coming from services. And about 23% is coming from agriculture. But when you go to employment, 80% are in the agriculture sector. And how much is in the services? Very negligible. So the people who are contributing this GDP, in my view, are the wrong ones. In my view, really are the wrong ones, and this is very, very contradictory. Because they are not the ones that they are participating and employed in this very sector. Because you have services employing about 12%, contributing 43.3%. You have agriculture 76%, very specifically, contributing 23.3% of GDP, and it is declining at a very fast rate. And I know somebody here is going to ask a question, Professor, are you serious? How much is the US economy? How much is agriculture sector contributing to the US economy? Of $22.4 trillion, how much is agriculture contributing to that? Less than 1%. But you remember that Buffett, who owns CNN, at the same time is the one who's supplying by the way, he can supply the entire global maize. But at the same time, he owns CNN in Alaska, actually the whole of Alaska. Which message is that? That the agriculture sector is still very, very crucial. There is no way you can wish them away. Let me put it this way. There is no way we can wish them away. The sector is employing 76%. It is contributing 23%. The contribution is declining. But as we speak right now, it is the one contributing and also employing the largest number. So what you need to do, and that's why poverty is still here. Let me explain it here. Everybody who is here, just listen.
You have 1 minute.
What has Professor Nwagaba said? That an economy, if it is structurally transforming, you move with everyone. So you should be, in Mauritius, let me finish with Mauritius. What Mauritius did, for example, Mauritius, and Joseph is here, did what we call strategic flagship planning approach. The budget of Mauritius was speaking to the, first of all, they started with, as you know, Joseph, the sugar, which was agriculture. They went to textiles, still agriculture. They went to services in the third phase, and they were doing that every 5 years, in a band of 5 years. The same thing we are doing with NPA. And now, there is HSBC in Mauritius, as you all know. They are in services. They are now in ICT, carpet to carpet. Mauritius actually beats Germany. They beat Germany in the ICT connectivity infrastructure. Why did they do that? They wanted to move with everyone, and they did that. Under Sase Wasegura Mugran, Mauritius Labour Party, they have two political parties, big ones, MMM, Mauritius Labour Party, Mauritius Militant Movement, Mauritius Labour Party, Mauritius Militant Movement. They were able to transform everyone. He moves with the entire growth, infrastructure, and superstructure. Mauritius, now you Google, just you Google, and tell me how much poverty is in Mauritius, how much unemployment is in Mauritius.
Thank you.
Through strategic flagship planning approach, we can move with everyone. If you don't, you are going to have growth which is exclusive. You are going to have to talk about growth. That's why my brother from Guru is very bitter, as you can see the tone he's using. So you need growth, which is identifying everyone. It is shared growth. It is a growth coming from the right sector, not having growth here from a sector which doesn't employ anyone, even when it is the sector that is contributing the greatest amount to that. That's what, for the time being, I can say.
Thank you. I think we have put a case out there of, just switch off that microphone, sorry, of inclusivity. We came up with slogans during those times that COVID anywhere is COVID everywhere. Sustainability of the growth will rely on how strong the bottom of the pyramid is, because they constitute the demand. If manufacturers produce this water and there's nobody to drink it, we'll certainly have a problem on some of those issues. So mining about the aggregate demand, which comes from households, is critical, and we may need certain kinds of policies, certain kinds of budgeting approaches to make sure everybody is included. Address the big things, but also address the things that help the smaller people link up to the big things that you are doing. How do we go about that? Julius, I want you to speak to your comfort zone. I would call it comfort zone because that's the name of the institution you represent, issues of budgeting. How should we go about this? We are speaking to the future. We've been here, and we are here because of certain things we did or did not do. But there are certain things we must do now to make sure the future is different. You have engaged the budget process. What should we be doing and the planning processes?
Thanks, Fred. And I think this is what we're talking about, addressing the problem, but also mitigating the problem not happen again. I think all these situations are really they provide us opportunities on how we can do better as a nation, as a country. And what I'm looking forward to, for example, is, and which I said at the beginning, is how can we ensure that we become more of a self-reliant country? I think that's, for me, that's very important. Because if Ugandans spend almost half of their income on food, I think for me that sends a serious signal that surely food is our banker, and as such we should ensure that it is available in this country, to the extent that we should also get some to sell abroad. So let us invest, put money in those areas that are likely to cushion us from these risks, such as we talked about them, agriculture, because we know if we do that, then food inflation won't affect us much. But also adding value to some of the things we are doing, especially on the agro-industrialization program. But the big elephant in the room, Fred, is that in circumstances like this, we are told, please tighten your belt. And we do. Like you said, we go and eat cassava. But is government also eating cassava with us? I think that's what sometimes every Ugandan wonder. I say, fine, yes, we understand, because I know now the Secretary of the Treasury will tell people, no money, please. Is it being reflected across all of us, or we are living in different nations? As such, therefore, I think for me, issues around efficiency are very critical and key in terms like this. I would want to see, for example, if we said, let us rationalize, let's do that very quickly. We save resources. But also, if we are to implement a project like PDM, which we are all clamoring about, which is very important, that it is done correctly and we are ready for it. Because if it is not ready, it is not functioning, even some of these PDCs are not existing, and then we send the money there, then it drags us down further because the benefits have not been realized. Are we investing in readiness to get a project and we begin running? The Auditor General tells us in his recent audit report that only 40% of the projects that were running were within the timelines. So that means we are losing out on the other 60%. And I think that's where we need to be tapping on and say, okay, let's ensure that the gains in these programs and projects can be raised very quickly and we jump on them. Once that is done, let me tell you, is that the crisis will be history because we will be in position, we would have the resources, we would have the energy to confront these particular crises. So I want to see, for example, the small and medium enterprise fund. It's a very fantastic idea. How can we ensure that people get it? The last time we talked about it, the PC said, no, that fund is for only those former ones. The former ones who have existed for the last 2 years, which means that probably our fellows, that is not meant for them. We need to find out a mechanism on how we can incubate them, how we can make sure that you get incubated, have an idea, it is invested in, and then you roll out. I think these are some of the ideas that we need to see that are happening in the budget. My other point is on macroeconomic stability, and I think we should mention this again. And I agree with the NPA, Joseph. I think we've taken this for granted for so long. We have forgotten, and now we are questioning even why we should give Bank of Uganda money. Because I was wondering if I was going to import wheat, and the exchange rate was at 3,500, but by the time it reached at the border, the exchange rate was 4,500. What would happen, the chaos that it would cause? Despite being high, it has been stable. And therefore, it helps businessmen and women to project proper and bring in money. The only problem we have is on the interest rates. And I'm looking forward for discussion again tomorrow to see how really we can have affordable credit in this country. Therefore, let us avoid populist choices. I think for me that is very key. Sometimes even not doing something could be a strategy to first wait and see what is likely to come out before you get into providing all these solutions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think some key messages arising out of there is implementation of whatever we decide to do. Leave alone conceptualization. Are you implementing the right thing? But if you are convinced the right thing to implement, go ahead and implement it. And Auditor General has repeatedly said these things. I really wouldn't want to recommend, but I think I must say it just in case it can pass as a recommendation. In the 90s, we had a problem of dollars. The economy had collapsed. We were exporting less. We were reconstructing the economy. We needed drugs. We needed fuel. We needed to do the roads. The exchange rate was being rationed. There was window 1, window 2 in the first half of the 80s. Then there was SIP 1 and SIP 2, Special Import Program, window 1 and 2, really. And who was suffering because of the scarcity of dollars was the central bank, because they had to juggle. And who was supposed to generate the dollars was Minister of Agriculture. And Minister of Agriculture seemed to have been sleeping at the time, and the central bank couldn't wait. They created an agricultural secretariat right in the central bank. Some of these things are hitting at the central bank, but because other people didn't do their roles. How do we harmonize fiscal and monetary? Not just at policy level, but at implementation to get the results out. Do we need another agricultural secretariat, an industrial secretariat in the central bank? Because we're making their lives very difficult to manage the economy if we do not do the other sides well. So this integrated planning was mentioned in the morning. Integrated look at things really needs to get back. And I think there are quite a number of issues that we need to bring onto the table really. How do we become flexible? This morning somebody called me, he's looking for money from Uganda Development Bank. He's building a secondary school. He was hit by COVID. He had good enough, he hadn't brought in students, but he needs to finish his project. And when he applied to the UDB, he was told, we are not in the education sector. Even when we go into the education sector, we're only in the rural areas. Now, how do you change those policies to adapt to them? When you're in a crisis mode, you don't begin writing to a person who is drowning and a note to say, this is how you keep from floods. He doesn't need that note. He needs to be rescued out of the water that he's in. Innovation, creativity, flexibility, I think are some of the key messages we need to bring into government. I want to speak to my IGC friends, and I don't know who takes it up. How is our data? You did the crunching here, you've shown us some things, but I want to believe you reached a point you said, we wish we had this particular data. Are there some needs of data that you would want to speak to? Because we talked about data in the morning. What is our data like? I remember Mark Hestridge reconstructed Uganda's macroeconomics data in the 90s. We didn't have data. And yet we wanted to really make analysis of these policies. And you'd find the whole 3 years is missing. Another year emerges here. How is our data situation?
Sure. Actually, the data that we used to produce those charts that Dr. Ibrahim presented was fantastic. So I think real credit to you, boss. The household survey data in Uganda is very, very detailed and quite reliable. Liam, I'm not sure how much you have to add on this. Yeah, go.
Can it help us to target, to find and target the people Professor is talking about?
Yeah, I think that is a bit more challenging. But there are new methods that use sort of statistical techniques to identify poor households and target them for cash transfer programs. And we'd recommend government consider those options and consider how households can be targeted outside of kind of just going to the LC1 and asking the LC1 which households should get the transfer. Liam might have more to add on that.
Now I'm going to raise the bar higher for Carson. Big data analysis is the word now. Where do we stand? Where should we stand?
So I guess big data often refers to timely data, i.e. that might be mobile money transactions. It could be sort of a range of different pieces of data we get on a really frequent basis. In terms of monthly data, we have good VAT data. We have good excise duty data at URA, which can be leveraged to answer some important questions in the Ugandan economy. I think we can also use mobile money transfer data a lot more in terms of answering some of the key policy questions. I think one of the issues around the world, and this is certainly true in Uganda, is how do we share that data? How do we get UCC to share data on mobile money transfers? How do we get URA to share the data on administrative tax data in a really easy to use way? So I think that's the next challenge. How do we How do we share this data?
Interesting things coming out of the data conversation, because that will tell you really what is happening. For many of you who drive cars, you may not know about your engine, your fuel tank, and how it is performing, but there's usually a dashboard that guides you to say, man, the fuel gauge has gone down, and if you ignore it, a light comes on to insist you need to fuel up. Something will go up, tell you the engine oil is heating up, you need to do something about it. If you do not analyze the data and generate information to flash on the dashboard of the PSST, he might not know what to do, and eventually you'll find the PSST's car, he has to run with a Kadomora to go and look for fuel. So how well are we generating high frequency, regular information for the decision makers is the conversation we really want to have here. I'm glad some of the views we had in the early conversations were captured. If you on Momo and you've been sending money through mobile money, you'll notice we encourage the telecom companies to add a column, a row for reason. Because we wanted to know, people are sending money. Is it for school fees? Is it for medical? Is it for burial? Now, who is analyzing that? And I can really filter and say, oh, those who are sending money, 20,000 and below, what reasons are they giving? Then you begin to know their pain points and you plan better. Know your customer is key for us. This data is sitting somewhere with MTN and the other telecom servers, and thank God now they are with in the armpit of the central bank. So this is some information you may want as IGC who share the plot number with the central bank to look through, because we want to understand when people send mobile money to each other, is it for a party or what are these? Because those are the vulnerabilities we want to bridge out. I want to get back to my beloved audience and pick out some 5 people to give me some views and comments and questions, a minute for each one of us. Those who spoke earlier, I am biased not to see you because I've already seen you, but there is the afternoon is coming. There is one person here, there is another person behind that desk, there is a lady over there, and so let me get my numbers right. Number 1, number 2, number 3, and number 4, and then number 5. You don't dominate the space. I know you very well because you are well represented. You have the 1 minute starts now.
Thank you, Fred. I'm Andrew Muhimbise, a retail investor at the stock market in Uganda. Dr. Kasirye, thank you very much. I love the presentation. I love the figures of showing the oil and the fuel, the impact it would have. Thank you to the IGC too. I also liked Dr. Joseph's talk of integrated data and talking about not giving the mother some money because probably he can afford, how to target. And on that, you talked, Dr. Fred, you talked of the political economy and its shenanigans, maneuver, and the gentleman from Gulu knows that when they paid out that money, the 20K to each, the vulnerable Ugandans, I think a person from the office of the mayor of Gulu was the first recipient. Yeah, so how do you handle such, how do you handle that in the political economy? And this goes to Mr. Gobi and the others. The lady said, you know, some things maybe are not possible to work on, and that's why she said, you know, you work with what is on the ground. Also on data analytics, I want to talk of that. In the space we play in, we have seen the private sector hiring data analysts, especially the banks, MTN, Momo, and they are getting data and building algorithms, which is fantastic, and the public sector should benchmark. And I know BOU has a lot of data, because at one time I was in Arua at the border, a border point called Odramachaku, and there were BOU guys, you know, writing information of who takes what where. IGC has said they got the data from UBOS. So does NPA have access to all that data, and can it integrate it? And BOU has fantastic reports. Sometimes we read it, but it is too heavy. They can get a way of pushing it out on social media. We saw a story where they had there was a report of BOU. They showed X number of people earn 1 million, and it was showing everywhere. So it's that comes out. Can they get away of pushing out so that we are able to incisively know?
Thank you.
The gentleman from IGC,
just one more,
talked of doing nothing. And I think we have talked of doing nothing, as a strategy. And I looked at the theme of the workshop, impact of high commodity prices. Then I looked at the BOU mission to foster price stability. Then I thought to myself, BOU has not had a governor for some good time. And I had wanted to tell the minister, but he disappeared. And maybe it's a doing nothing bit, but Mr. Gobi can deliver to
maybe
Mr.
you'll be
Kasaija.
telling the wrong guy.
No, I think he can deliver it. So for me, the thing is, they talked of productivity, efficiency. Practically, BOU is headless. Yeah. It is not true, and I got my invitation.
I hope you're saying it's not true that it's headless.
No, it is headless. It has no governor. My invite had deputy governor. A central bank is led by a governor. You want to give these guys gravitas to do stuff. Yeah?
Okay.
And we have that part of, there are many places that are not filled, so you can't efficiently get people to do work. So why don't we have a governor, and BOU fulfills its mission to the full? The last one is from my side. They talked of, someone talked of increasing income, by way of ensuring people get income. And earlier I was with the DG at his table. I told him for 2 years, Bank of Uganda has, I call it, captured our dividends at the stock market for the banking stocks. I asked, why don't you want to pay? And they will say the words, this liquidity and all that. But we read these books, we are able to connect dots. We know sometimes they are keeping fault for the ministry so that the treasury bill rates don't go higher. So we call it, they capture our money because it will trade there. And even if you feel you're punishing the investors, the big ones, the big bank majority shareholders have ways of taking money out, hiring consultants. So it is us you're purportedly working for that you squeeze the most. I understand there is a gentleman called Waswa.
Point made. I think let's move on. We'll respond.
Okay, thank you.
We'll respond. But I think you have just emphasized to us that there is actually a governor. If your money is still being held, then the bank is actually active and very much alive. Governor is an office, not a person, and it is functioning. That's why your money hasn't come. And you better talk nicely. You might get it anyway. I also need you to get it. You might buy my milk. Next. It is a good conversation, by the way. It's raising some interesting things of the realities on the ground and which we need to be able to address. You have 1 minute, sir.
Thank you, Fred. My name is Lazarus Ohasa. I wanted to know government's position on about 3 things. That's one, the reduction on reliance of commodities through encouraging diversification of exports. Because we know these would mitigate about 3 things. Would mitigate fluctuations in exchange rates, and then inflationary conditions, and potential contagions. About safety nets, what's government's target in social safety net programs? I would think things like school feeding programs would come at the fore, and then of course positive working programs. And then what's government plan on deliberate attempt at reducing inequality in times like these? Thank you.
Thank you. There was somebody just behind you there, so that I clear that side and move on.
Okay, thank you very much.
1 minute, please.
I'm called Biamwini Peter. I want to thank the panelists for elaborate presentations. Mine, it goes to Professor Nwagaba. You actually give us statistics that 76% of the citizens are involved in agriculture, but agriculture itself contributes 23% to the GDP. Now, and I wanted now clarity from you. Uganda was part of the 2003 Maputo Declaration, which says that 10% of the GDP should be contributed to agriculture and the national development. And also there was reformation of 2014 Maroba. Now I just wanted to know how much Uganda so far has implemented for the Maputo Declaration. And then secondly, are there some interventions that Uganda has put in place to achieve the 10% of that declaration? And then thirdly, as an East Africa as a bloc, do we have a policy that guides us not to produce the same? Because, for example, you might find, like Uganda, we have bubu, you might go to Kenya, you find Kenya, buy Kenya, build in Tanzania. Like it could be that we are producing the same and then getting the things on the market, it might be very actually difficult. So do we have that can harmonize all that? Thanks.
Thank you very much. In line with that, I have questions coming in from online. People online, please send your question. They will be passed on to me for me to read them. And my panelists, you respond to those that you want to, because some of these questions will be answered by the PSST and DG later on when they come to make responses. As you've seen on your program, they have a whole afternoon to themselves. It's already afternoon, so I will surprise you when the afternoon begins and the program as well. But Mr. Siraji Basajjabalaba has asked, Africa Free Trade Area is here. What do you have personally or Uganda at large to offer in this wider market? That's a question we need to be thinking about. We don't want to just talk about the FTA without saying what we have to offer. And Mr. Uma Kabanda has asked what is Uganda's plan for establishing food reserves to reduce food waste and introduction of seed banks to promote agricultural sustainability in order to ensure that food access for the vulnerable population during times of food price inflation is catered for. Those are questions from online. You can send in more. We'll be able to pick them up. You have the microphone.
Thank you very much, Doctor. And I want to thank the panelists and the presenters. I am Kabahenda Flavia Rwabhoro. I'm a member of Parliament and the chairperson of the Committee on Gender. And my observations are a few, but I wanted to really talk about what I see and what I feel because I'm part of the community. But the targeting that was mentioned by the presenter I found before the panel, targeting the vulnerable people, using national identity cards, which we very well know that are not possessed by a very significant number of Ugandans. National IDs that is full of information wrongs on people's age, on people's names, and they cannot stand in for them to access any services, including sometimes their bank accounts, is very, very discriminatory when we are looking at the people who are in vulnerability. So I would like to say that when we are targeting, it is better we use a different system in targeting and not national IDs, knowing that they are, most of them flawed, they are inaccessible, they are unaffordable, and so we cannot continue to use such kind of targeting which is as discriminatory as it was in the past, and it is even now. And Doctor, you have continued to talk about data. And we know that very many structures, including civil society, are gathering a lot of data. But is it utilizable? Is it harmonized? Why do we have different data for different institutions? And then where does National Planning Authority derive their data, the data they use to plan for us? If we cannot even give a mere birth certificate to a child born in this country, who then are we planning for? Not even a death certificate to know whether the poor are not dying. And we continue to assume they are only reducing. maybe they are busy dying, and that's why we are recording reduction in poverty levels by the poor being buried. So we continue to thump our chests that we have now performed. The poverty is going down, and yet the poor are simply dying away. And the reason why we need to operationalize a single and social registry in this country that is going to track a life cycle data system and database where every person in Uganda is going to be tracked. Digital social system, social registry that is going to track everybody as they fall and come out of poverty. It must be a life cycle data system, and so we need to operationalize, to populate, and have utilizable data on our single registry. And also, linkaging. We have a number of development programs intended to get us out of poverty, but are they linked? I remember one time I went to Ministry of Finance. Mr. Kakama will bear me witness. And Ministry of Finance continues to tell us that, you know, when these older persons' numbers increase, it's not going to be sustainable for us to continue to support SAGE. But why did we put YLP? Youth Livelihood Support Program is meant to create resilience so that in future we are not in SAGE. If we cannot link to that extent, then I wonder which economists we have in the country. If UWEP cannot be linked to creating resilience so that in future we don't talk about the vulnerability of older persons, then what are we here for, really? Let us link these development programs so that we create room in future for unsustainable programs. And so I want to also realize that there is dependence. The dependence ratio is very high. The very recent household survey of 2019-2020 cites that 54% of our population are people below 18 years. What does that mean to us? That the dependence rate is now high, because if you take 54% and then count the older persons who are at 4%, 60% of the population are dependents. And this is getting high on our families. Every person in Uganda who has a simple employment, where that person even gets 200,000 a month, is looked at by almost the whole family like he owes them a living. Even when you contribute 20,000 to a wedding meeting, they say, ee, when he has a job, he should have contributed more. Little do they know that the poor man is getting 200,000 and he has to get a house on it and even eat. So the dependence, if as long as it is that high, we are going to continue to have problems. But let me end with this, that the social protection, the different tax financing scenarios for social protection that will address household incomes, employment, and overall GDP requires a government that has a deliberate move to increasing investment in programs and systems with a life cycle safety nets. And I want to blame the international financial institutions. Despite the evidence showing that inclusive life cycle schemes are more effective at reaching persons living with low incomes, these IFIs have continued to confuse us with their messaging and selective evidence to persuade policymakers that this is not the case. Now, they have led this country to vending loans instead of financial and economic growth systems, which is a loss on our side. And instead of aligning our systems to the needs of the people, we align our systems to the conditions of their loans. And I think this is giving us headache. And the earlier we realized this and have our priorities on our table so that whoever wants to take us out of this scenario is aligning to our needs and requirements of the people of this country, the better. So let us address strategically the transition from learning to employment so that we are able to deliver timely, principled, and equitable humanitarian action. Lastly, if 8.5 million Ugandans are living in poverty, can someone disaggregate it for us? What are the genders of these 8.5 million? Are they women? Are they men? What are the age groups in this 8.5 million? So that we plan well. We are even registering now an aging population. What is the NDP4 planning? Because by the time of the NDP4, we shall have a bigger aging population for us to plan for, and that increases on our dependence rates. So I would like to see a country where National Planning Authority are planners and not desk officers. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable. I gave her more time because that status comes with voices of the people she represents, the pains they go through. And she was articulating quite interesting things that we cannot just talk about. And I think Honorable Nyero Francis is continuing to insist that this is not about Ukraine war. We have exposed ourselves over time, and we should not simply blame where we have been found. How do we deal with these issues? And that's why I really want to focus the conversation going forward. What do we need to do in the short term? What do we need to do in the medium term and going forward? Where are the poor? What methods are we using? The data has many aspects to it. Availability, it is scattered. Reliability, can you rely on it? Relevancy, can we use the national ID in a country where we know many young people do not have the national ID, but they are actually household heads. And these are very vulnerable households. So that becomes to give you some gaps, again, reconstructing Uganda's data for purposes of relevancy. And then comprehensiveness, is it comprehensive enough? That's why we really want to get into big data conversations, use all possible sources to come up with a picture. SAGE, why 85 years? Who gets there anyway? How many? Are we targeting the right people? Or are we waiting for them to die? Maybe we should be targeting earlier. Can we afford it? How else can we do it? These, I think, are a number of issues, including dependency. Madam, you had already spoken earlier.
I beg to talk.
Just take 1 minute, because I had given you an earlier slot. So this slot was for Sophie, okay, the one you have taken. And microphone person, please, let me contain, let you know where to go. Sophie will get her slot, okay, and then I'll crown it with Tata Coffee. Just in case you don't know Tata Coffee, I'll tell you who he is.
Of course, Dr.
1 minute, please.
Dr. Julian, in agriculture and road transformation, I'm talking about we need a policy of doing business with government. We supply coffee seedlings. 2 years we've never been paid. They start paying us in installment. We need the government to help us and do clear business and transparent business so that we can help and work with the informal sector so that we produce, we supply, we get the money, then the money reaches the grassroots. Thank you.
I will credit you on that because you have invoked a thumbs up from the PSST. He deals with those domestic areas. Let's get to Sophie and then we get to Sophie. You have half a minute because the boss is here and is watching you. But I don't want him to subdue what he wanted to say.
Thank you, Moderator. Thank you, Dr. Muhumuza. Mine was addressed by the Honorable, but I'll just re-echo. It's about data and the bit that we have NIRA, we have mobile money companies, we have mobile companies, and we have, with the parish development model coming up, we also have local councils collecting information. At what point does UBOS come in to help them or to work with them to put this information together to help advise? Because we are asking ourselves, who are the vulnerable and where are they? We have this information that can help us disaggregate that, but how do we use it to benefit our development? Thank you.
And I hope Dr. Ibrahim Kasiri is still in the house. This data conversation, PSST, I think we are going to see it beyond UBOS. Who else has data that we might need? And the data users. I remember there was an institution called NURU, National Union of Research Users, Data Users, and whatever, where you bring up those who crunch the data to tell us what kind of data they need so that we can comprehensively do it. Kabshenga, you have the floor for the next 2 minutes.
You did not bring me from my coffee plantation to talk for 2 minutes. So I am going to tell you exactly what is on the minds of ordinary people. We did not come here for a lecture on economics or English or data. This is not a university class.
I thought I was saving you to go back before people steal your coffee.
No, they can't. I am organized. No, first of all, Muhumuza, you have lost the direction of this conversation. Number one, what is the impact of high commodity prices? We are broke. Finished. Now, I don't know what data you're looking for. We are broke. We're not here for data, for national ID, I don't know, NIRA. No, we are broke. It's a real problem. We can't afford life. So, I am going to tell you, Muhumuza, what my good friend Ramadan Govi should do.
He's in the house telling you.
Yes, and the good thing is my friend, so I don't care what I tell him, because I know he will not take offense. Number one, I want to associate myself with the Mama Mangoes. Pay domestic arrears. Why are you sitting with people's money? What are you doing with it? And then sending them to go and get loans. Pay people's money. You are sitting on a huge debt. That is the money that drives business. Without that, what productivity are you talking about? That's number one. I'm going to give you 7 points that you need to act on today. Number two, you have all these funds intervening, Ramadan, in all sorts of places. Revisit those funds. Revisit them. They are scattered and not achieving impact. There's like 6 or 7 youth interventions spending $20 million. There is funds, everybody is funding innovation in their own way, just to look good. But there's no real innovation taking place. People are looking for money to invest in startups. They are going abroad. There's money sitting here. Why can't we just have that sorted out? You all have PhDs in economics. What are those PhDs for? Number 3, revisit the policies on technology. They are holding back innovation and holding back affordability to deploy technology for productivity. Number 4, if you want our productivity to go up, why are you under-investing in the activities of productivity? For instance, you've cut the money available to our coffee sector. Why don't you fund UNBS even more? Why do we need to fund UNBS? Because now that there is a shortage of inputs like fertilizer, we're going to have counterfeits flooding the market. Why can't anybody just control that market? What is so complicated about it? We can control fishing, we can control all sorts of... Why can't we control those guys in Container Village from bringing counterfeit inputs which are destroying our ability to have high yields? When we talk about working capital for farmers, I cannot afford 60 million shillings to pay for fertilizer for my farm. I need to deliver water to my coffee so that I can get you good yields. I just can't afford it. At the current rates of lending, it becomes impossible. And even the procedures you have for accessing money, they take so long that by the time you get the money, the rain has gone. So, Mr. Governor of the bank, because you're the one who is the head now, although the other man said there's no head, can you get your bankers to process loans or whatever it is they're doing in less time than they do? Why do I have to fill a box file of papers to just get money? That's why we go to money lenders. Why a money lender, 20 minutes, you're sorted. You do your work, you go bust, he takes your land. Now, what are we doing? You PhDs, can't we solve the turnaround time of lending money to people? Then, this is to Madam Kawahenda, MP, a lovely person, members of parliament. Please go and tell the political class that the lifestyle you people are living, you cannot require the rest of the population to tighten belts when one person moves with 3 cars, which are fueled by our money at very high prices. So, the good thing nowadays, there's no traffic, so they can move easily. But you cannot call on citizens to tighten belts when for you are living large. You're brewing a social problem. The anger that you hear people talking with has nothing to do with prices. It has to do with your lives. Mumza, you want to chase me away?
I'm concerned about people harvesting your coffee.
Okay.
You are here.
Let me call my farm manager. I think you need to have a more structured and coordinated, aggressive approach to our access to markets. If our neighbors keep closing the borders and we do nothing, or we are nice to them, you went and put a factory for mangoes, for fruits in Soroti, but you still allow a flood of Kenyan packed juices, but they refuse our eggs and our milk from going. What type of people are you? So where will we get the money that you're talking about? Border crossings. I challenge PS, I challenge Deputy Governor, go to Busia and Malaba and see how bureaucracy is choking the import process. The cost there is so high. You have over 100 trailers packed. So if people are importing inputs for manufacturing, what is happening there in terms of the time it takes? And this is an important point. You need to revisit commercial justice. There is a huge problem with commercial justice that is causing people to wonder whether they can give us money that we need to invest in our productive processes. And finally, I would just like to say that the quality of political engagement on these matters needs to be checked. I think there's a level of arrogance and dismissiveness. Because, like, for instance, this debate, all the things were what government will not do. We will not do this, we will not do that, we will not do the other. Okay, so what are you going to do actually? Nothing? So for instance, if you're worried about losing money by not collecting taxes, why are you not worried about losing money from the leakages and wastage that's going on in government? Rama, I challenge you. Do a forensic audit of all the procurements in government today and see how much money you're losing there. We could save some of these monies from the inefficiencies that we're talking about. So you have things you can act on immediately to show that you're serious. So let's act on these things now. Let's not waste English and data and computers. When we have solved prices and people are now comfortable and they can buy food and soap, then we can discuss how can data be deployed, how many people are getting out of poverty, are they dying, how are they living the poverty, are they dying, were they paying? That stuff now we have no time. We are broke and we need something. I have to go, I drive around Kampala looking for diesel of 5,410. Every day guessing, checking which one. Do you think I have time for inputs on IDs or what do you call it? Disaggregating what? Please, we have serious matters. Thank you.
That is Bob Kabushenga. He always moves in the right direction in ways that you may not understand, but he doesn't miss his words. But he has just emphasized that data is important. When he says he moves around looking for where is diesel 5.4 and 5.6, he's really looking for data and information from that data. So we can't move away from data. Even as you say interest rates are high, how high? That is data. But who is borrowing from where and who is lending to who? We need to disaggregate and understand. Governor deals with data, I deal with data, and you deal with data as well. And even as you look for fuel, you are checking your fuel gauge. But I will agree with you on one thing. I actually changed the topic because me and Governor agreed we should change it. Impact of high commodity prices. What we have been discussing here is implications of high commodity prices, because the impact we know, it's not desirable. How do we go forward is implications. And that's the conversation we've been having here. What do we do? What are the implications of this? It's one thing to discuss an impact. Person is dead, but what does that imply? And that has been the conversation. I'm going to give a minute each to my panelists to sign out. We are taking notes here. I know it is 1 o'clock. You need to have your lunch. But I'm going to defer that lunch because I want to create a saving. I hope it is time to save. Because if you had lunch at 2:30, I would cancel the evening tea. And then I would save some money. But that depends on how Serena runs. They might have already bought the milk and the bread, and they will simply say, sorry, too late. We cannot reimburse you 5% of the cost. In which case, I will invite you to stay for the evening tea as well, that after lunch will. So allow me to make those alterations in the program. But in case you have medical concerns and you really must have your lunch at this point, there is Nakasi, where are you? Yes, just go to her and she will attend to that need. a minute each one of you. You don't have to respond to this. There is a team picking these questions. These are messages for implication purposes. I'll get back to you on the data analytical issues. How do we get to that level where we can also be generating unemployment monthly? I hear the Americans say this, and they annoy me really gladly. We are unable to generate unemployment data. We don't even know where the unemployed are, or what are they doing, what are they not doing, how can we help them? How do we improve those kinds of systems now? Let me begin with the farthest, and then I will be coming through. A minute each one of you.
Thank you, Doctor. I'll just pick up on a thread that was throughout a few of the questions, which is about the point you originally raised, Prof, about agricultural productivity. So we have a very high share of the labor force that is engaged in agriculture, but a very low share of GDP that is generated from that activity. And that is a story about agricultural productivity and how important it is to raise agricultural productivity to spur structural transformation. And some of the points raised by Mr. Kabashenga are correct. We need access to inputs, to high quality inputs, so fertilizer, hybrid seeds, things like agricultural insurance also improve producers' resilience to climate events. And then also to help producers overcome the limits of a small domestic market. So that is about new free trade agreements, and the African free trade area, I'm not sure who raised it, should help to address that. To Mr. Kabashenga's point about access to markets and retaliation through tariffs, I don't actually think that helps domestic producers, because the ultimate people who bear the cost of that is Ugandan consumers who are buying their goods here and pay for higher tariffs. And I'll pass on to Prof here. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Now, to us, before you is a folder. In that folder, there are at least two important pieces of information that we need from you. We gave you the program in that folder, which we have been following religiously and diligently, conditions allowing, but inside there is also a registration form. We want to know who was here, want to reach out to you, so you'll put your phone number, you'll put your email, and a few other things that we'll need. We didn't want to bother with registration desk, so we said you can do it on the table and not on a desk. So please fill that form. But also there is an evaluation form. We want to hear from you if you have not been able to get what you expected or what you wanted in time that you did. Please put that in the evaluation, including suggesting for us where do we go. So feel free to write on those forms the space that is there, your question or your view. The Secretariat will pick it up and make it part of this conversation notes and details. Prof. Nwagaba, your minute starts now.
Thank you, Dr. Fred. I think the message I want to give people here is that you cannot solve a problem by the same means which created it. This is very, very dangerous. So the problem we are having right now is an externally driven crisis. And if you are head of family here, if you are head of family, you are head of government, you are head of a department, it's not good to experience a shock. In economics, this is what we are calling a supply side. Michael knows it very well. If you get a supply side constraint or a shock, like we are having right now, it's not very good to panic. If you are head of a household, it is not even good as a head of a household to tell your wife that you don't have money. Your wife will wonder what kind of money. You continually lying, let me not talk on Sunday, I will be talking another language.
It can even be worse when the neighbor has money.
You cannot start running in your family that I don't have money, and that's your language. That's not how a man behaves. That's at least not how a Muchiga behaves. So this is a crisis which is externally driven, Fred. So we need to take it by the horns. And it's normally very good to keep quiet a bit, see what is the cause of this problem. How have people solved this problem before? Like if I had the time, I would give you Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka went to tax cuts to be able, because the government panicked a lot. Then they went to tax cuts and so on. It affected, as you know very well, it affected the fiscal deficit. They were, now it multiplied, it increased, it affected now foreign exchange reserves and so on. The government failed. So is that what people want? So you need to and in the military they use it a lot. You throw a stone in the forest, see where the animal is going to come from. So in my view, this crisis we are having now, it is a shock. Shocks, we have shocks in our families. We have shocks in our communities. It's not the end of the world. These things are going to go away. Now, the only thing you need to realize, and the Secretary PSST is here, is that you need to realize that the Ugandan population and society needs a structural transformation. This structural transformation is not magic. It's not going to come from witchcraft. I know these guys like witchcraft a lot. But this is going to be deliberate action to structurally transform the economy. You are not going to receive any structural transformation of the economy here without doing something on agriculture. Agriculture, my brother, is supposed to receive 10% of the budget from the Maputo Declaration. I can confirm to you with the Minister of Finance, which is well represented here, that the budget for agriculture has never exceeded 4%. Never. They are all here. So it is really, what are you going to achieve to ensure that the sector, which employs the largest number of people, is the one that is contributing to the growth and the benefit of the country. So this is not going to happen. So we need to do something there. Then finally, is that I agree that we need to reconstruct data. This is very important, but also don't over-romanticize data. Don't over-romanticize data. That you're not going to build the road because you need to know the amount of matoke and milk which is coming from that road. Build the road. There is economics, the neoclassicals and Keynesian economics. Do you know Keynesian economics is about, you can tell someone to dig a pit here the whole day. Somebody's digging a pit, putting soil back, digging a pit, putting soil, so this person can earn something. This is what China has done, if you're not careful. So don't wait for too much data. This is going really to confuse you. You should know that the problem is here. You can even do policy reversals, and I know Uganda, you have been fearing policy reversals. These issues of interest rates, these commercial banks which are charging almost 20%. Why should a commercial bank charge 20% interest? For what reason? For what reason, really? Give me any reason on any piece of data. So we shouldn't over-romanticize data. Data is important. We all work through data. But let's not over... There are problems which are very easy to see. People don't have income. People are very poor. People need money. Aggregate demand is one which really will generate taxes as well. When people consume, they have money in their pocket, they will go buy commodities, and the government will get tax. Government will also not get any revenue unless people have some money in their pocket they are going to spend.
Good.
So this is what I wanted to say, but I want to urge people not to panic. If you are head of a family, stand on your feet and say the problem is going to be solved, and that's when you will solve it. If you run away from this problem, the people who just go to drink because they have problems, you are just creating a sustained crisis in your home. Thank you very much, Moderator.
Thank you very much. Julius, I'm going to skip you for reasons you might just build up. You don't stay far away from where Nwagaba comes from. You might add to that. Even if you are a man and you have no money, you may not tell your family you have no money. But it's okay to tell them I have no money, but I'm working on the problem. That's good assurance. You don't tell them you have money when you don't have it. So Julius, you'll be last. Let me move to Liam. Liam, what is your takeaway for us here that you want to leave with us in this meeting? Thank you.
So I would like to conclude by first thanking the Bank of Uganda and the Ministry of Finance for inviting us to be involved in this event today. And reiterate our key message, really, which is policymakers need to be careful to avoid doing anything distortionary. If there is an opportunity to change policy, then that needs to be fiscally affordable. It needs to be pro-poor. It needs to be a good policy in any environment, and it needs to be data-driven and evidence-based. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Julius, what should we get out of here with?
I think key takeaways very quickly for me is, like Professor Ogaba said, let us not solve a problem by creating more problems. I think it is very key and very important. Let us really be very strategic in terms of what we want to do and understand the likely consequences. Let us not rush. That's very key. The second one, I think I will retaliate, is on avoiding shortage. I think what we are investing in currently shows that we continue to produce a number of products, especially on food, and I'm on food. And I want to see more investment in that particular area so that we avoid the shortage. Shortage creates chaos. Lastly, for me, is inefficiencies. And I think even when Mr. Kabashenga was talking about it, is that even the agitation around really is that people feel there is too much leakage. Running a government project is so expensive. Why is it that in a district, a pen provided by the same supplier is being bought at different prices? For example, why is it that it is expensive? They say Uganda will have the most expensive roads. So why is it like that? So I think if our PSST could also look in that particular area, tighten that place, so that those leakages and inefficiencies are removed, I think it would be good to go. I thank you.
Indicative figures for planning purposes will be critical. We need to invest in that area so that we see where people are and where we are not where we are. And Ibrahim Kasirie, is he still in the house? He made the presentation. I wouldn't want to close this without giving him a final lap. He seems to have stepped out. A round of applause for our panelists. Thank you very much for exciting us, and I also want to thank you for your input into this conversation, and promise that we are going to do the real final lap. The whistle has gone, and so I'm just going to hand it over to the two fiscal and monetary policy in charge. You can resume your seats, please. And for these ones, I'm not going to give them any instructions or guidance because I'll be shooting myself in the foot. They have listened in, they have heard it, and they are going to give it to us. We intend to close at 2, so they have 40 minutes, and they know how they are going to share it between themselves. They have regular conversations. This is not the first time they are appearing together to have a conversation with us, and they will be back. Now, the first task I'm giving to both of you is who starts first. Whoever is going to start first starts now.
The honorable members of parliament, particularly the honorable member, the chair of the finance committee, and all your colleagues, the deputy governor, all senior government officials, and the central bank, and private sector, academia, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for honoring our invitation and for putting in a very good conversation about this now other crisis. You know, they say crises are like a taxis. Another one is always on the way, which we have taken note of. And I will be speaking from the fiscal side. The government side, mainly on the budgeting. Both the tax policies related and also the expenditure. The first key issue, and I'm very happy that it is emerging very well. I was whispering to the governor that I now have no doubt this country is going to transform in the near future, very rapidly.
because you rarely find some of the faces which were seated here speaking the language they were speaking. Should have been different. But this convergence is mainly because this debate was informed very well by facts, by research, not opinions, not emotions. And I thank those who were engaged in it. The first one, tax cuts. The tax cuts, they are not an option. And we shouldn't think they can work to solve this problem. It has been very well highlighted. Relatedly, subsidies. Subsidies also are not the way to go. Why? Because they tend to disproportionately target the wrong people. You think you are helping people to get relatively affordable items, you end up enriching those who receive these subsidies. You know, they don't pass them on. And this is well grounded in research. Thirdly, the need to continue to prioritize food security. Food security. We have seen that Ugandans spend more on food. The food ratio in Uganda is relatively high. Of course, in economic theory, we know that's not something to celebrate about because it shows relative poverty. If you are spending more on food than any other item on average, rich countries tend to reduce the food ratio. But since food is still our main call on our household budget, then it's incumbent on us, government, to support people to grow more food. And we shall do that. The fourth one, the tightening of the belt, something which has come up very regularly now. His Excellency the President talked about it. The Honorable Minister in charge of communication on behalf of government was the first to talk about it. And also it has been talked about it here. But one thing which has emerged here, that this belt tightening should be universal. Government must also cut costs and reduce wastage, as well as delayed implementation. I wanted to inform you that this is a very welcome recommendation to us because we had already considered this in the government and we had already instituted it. We revised the budgets of every single ministry, department, and agency by 40%. They line up. So many people line up in my ministry there every morning try to get some money. We are saying no. There is no, because we don't have it anyway. We don't have it. But of course there are those few areas which are inevitable, which you can't because sometimes maybe we misunderstand some of the things. You hear the Secretary of the Treasury saying, we are doing that. And the other day I was issuing a supplementary. Somebody saying is that the security of the country, when it is being compromised, like the people now in Karamoja couldn't go about their lives the way we are going about ours here, at least for us we can afford to say we are broke. Talk about money. There are those who can't think about money anymore. They think about their lives, whether they will have them. Somebody is shooting them. So we have to support the government, the authorities which stabilize the country. And that's what tend to do. If also I could comment, these days you observe clearly, you will see. I don't want to go very much into detail, but also government people have reduced on certain things. They have reduced on certain things. Those are things he was talking about. I don't want to go into detail. I might compromise people's lives, but there are certain things. Government doesn't talk a lot, but we are doing certain things. So we shall continue to tighten our belts universally. The macroeconomic stability, number 5, macroeconomic stability shouldn't be compromised through implementation of distortionary policies. That is also very critical. The fundamental need of every economy is to have prudent fiscal and monetary policies. And that's what we are following in Uganda. We shall not compromise on that with any distortionary policies. Number 6, we should avoid the populist policies. Now, some of these are not mine. We are communicating universally to those who are proposing policies in the media, both mainstream and social media, in some decision-making places of the government. When we are into a crisis, the last thing you need to do is to try and be populist, because the population can easily make mistakes, and those mistakes are usually costly. Number 7, data quality. The data quality should be enhanced. The good thing, IEGC confirmed that our data is not that bad. Our data is good. But there are areas of big data and also high-frequency data, which need strengthening. We have already, in the government, at least in my ministry, instituted this reform to support the Uganda Bureau of Statistics, because it is the head of data collection. All others converge there. Otherwise, once you decentralize data, you are like decentralizing diagnosis. So, UBOS, we are supporting it going forward to contribute to more employment data. We would want to have more data on employment in Uganda. How many jobs have been created on a quarterly basis? How many jobs have been destroyed on a quarterly basis? And that can help us to plan accordingly. Also, data on our earnings and so on. We are using a lot of survey, and they have a lot of, quality challenges. So these are areas we need to improve so that we plan more efficiently. Another emerging issue is the need to allow domestic prices to follow international prices. It is in line with that, but I wanted to emphasize it. It's very critical. Whoever is having an idea on what government should do will have seen clearly here that well-performing economies are those which allow domestic prices to follow international prices. Don't try to create your own small economy. By the way, we no longer have something called Ugandan economy. These economies are integrated. They are global entities. What happens elsewhere affects us, and what happens here affects elsewhere. It's like children living in a housing estate. If there is one house in that estate which has certain habits, it can easily create the entire estate problems. And also, that house, if it is good, it can easily suffer from the bad behavior, the bad manners of others. So that's how economies are now integrated. There is also a need to protect the most vulnerable households from price shocks. And in Uganda, you know, this is not an invitation. We usually do this. We have done it before, particularly on food, and this is something which we shall continue to monitor and see how to deal with them. Another emerging policy issue is the diversification of exports, because I saw people discussing this. I would want to inform you, ladies and gentlemen, that Uganda is one of those few countries in sub-Saharan Africa with a very highly diversified export basket. Actually, no single export can cause a significant shock on the Ugandan economy. We are highly diversified. Recently, we had a shock of gold. For example, gold. The first shock was increase in the gold earnings. The second shock was to drop to like pack of cards because of certain tax regimes and so on. Some people are not even aware that happened because we are highly diversified. So what we are doing and what I've welcomed from this debate is to apply policies which are going to expand our export performance by dealing with the non-tariff barriers and also the other issues. The other weekend we were in Mombasa. These days we are, as you know, we are working on the East African level, and we agreed on a number of harmonizations. Much as we've been blaming our neighbors for stopping certain items, like Kenya, we were also not very clean on our side, especially our tax and non-tax regimes. We had unilaterally instituted some policies to protect ourselves. And some of these countries, they told us, were retaliating. Now we have harmonized in the latest tax proposals we took to Parliament, because they made those recommendations. We have harmonized them. So we hope, going forward, a number of those non-tariff barriers are going to be history. And this is where we need to be very careful, also Ugandans, when we are discussing our industrial policy, what you want government to do, just be mindful. You are a manufacturer, you are a businessman, but be mindful that Uganda is not an island. Once you are forcing government, or you go to Parliament and you say, protect me here, actually they might be destroying you, because others can do the same. So we need to discuss these things at East African level, and we find common ground. We have agreed with my colleagues in the region. We sat there as permanent secretaries of finance and agreed on a number of reforms to ensure that we remove all these. There was also something I wanted to comment on, not necessarily a policy recommendation, but it was being recommended, creation of Ministry of Planning, separate from Ministry of Finance. I know I'm conflicted here. I'm permanent secretary of Ministry of Finance, Planning, and Economic Development. But I wanted to inform those who nurse such an idea that this is not a news. This was actually what used to happen in Uganda before 1992. We had two ministries. We had a Ministry of Finance, and also we had a Ministry of Planning and Economic Development. But in 1992, a proposal was made based on empirical evidence that this was one of the main reasons Uganda suffered inflation, galloping inflation, for all of those decades when it had those two ministries. Why? Because there was a lot of fiscal indiscipline. The one who was planning was not the one with the money. They were planning other things, the one with the money doing other things. The Minister of Planning and Economic Development was the one in charge of drafting a budget. So they could come up with a budget, but the one of finance, who collects the money and borrows, is spending on other things. Now the Treasury and the planning, they are in one home. This actually is one of the fundamental reforms which were done by the late Emmanuel Tumusime Mutebire, when he was in the very chair where I sit now as PSST. He advised, actually he hadn't yet gone there, he was a permanent secretary of planning. But he advised, using very good evidence, that once we do this, we shall say bye-bye to inflation. And I want to tell you, 1 year later, inflation reduced from double digits to 5% and stayed there until recently when we had a few other shocks. So, those who have those ideas, please, that we have ever done it before and it didn't work. So the problem now is not that it is in one place. Maybe the problem were personalities managing these functions. I want to inform you now that the national budget of Uganda, from the day we start drafting it to the day we take it to Parliament, is informed by the National Development Plan. Any agency of government that comes to my ministry looking for a project, looking for money, their first address I send them is the NPA, to ensure that they are aligned, to ensure that they are within the plan which government wants to do. And it's going to be a marathon, of course. They are not used to such culture. They are used to coming, but you shall solve all those issues you think they are the problems. I'm about to finish, but there was a comment also on the structure of the economy. Professor Nuwagaba has talked about it. He's always enthusiastic about structural transformation. We are talking of the issue of high concentration of labor in agriculture. Correction, actually, at 72% of our labor force. Whose contribution? The contribution of agriculture to GDP has reduced to 23%. So we are having an economy where nearly 3/4 of the people are employed by a sector which produces less than 1/4 of the output or of the wealth of the country. And this is where the problem is. It's not an opportunity, it's a problem. To deal with that problem, the National Development Plan 3 put in place a strategy of starting deliberate structural transformation so that we can have more GDP but less people in that area. Both of them have to reduce in order for an economy to transform. I was forced recently to spend one sleepless night because during the day I no longer have any moment to write an article in the papers to explain myself, because someone got my, like I'm speaking here, you know, these guys with the cameras are incredible. They can cut what you said first, they cut what you said last, they get the man biting a dog so that they make the news. So someone cut him and then said Ramadan is, as said, agriculture is nothing. That's what they were meaning. They wanted to tell the people, so I had to write, and I hope the people, because I got feedback, people read and understood what I was talking about. As an economy and a country, our main focus now is to finalize the agricultural revolution by investing in those areas which are going to make the people in agriculture productive so that they get a surplus and they move out of agriculture into industry and modern services. That's where economy of Uganda should be, by employing more people in industry and services. And National Development Plan 3 has very well, and our medium-term strategies have indicated our focus: agro-industrialization, which is a value chain approach, manufacturing, ICT, mineral beneficiation, and so on and so forth. And we are investing heavily in those areas. There are others which I will leave to the Bank of Uganda. Someone said the banks are insensitive to shocks. They are recovering, you know, they're recovering as if nothing is happening, isn't it? The governor is here, I will tell you. But I wanted to help him a bit by saying that going forward, and this one we have discussed it in the ministry, and I assigned actually a team of people to look at it. Our legal regulatory framework, of course, traditionally, and rightfully so, were designed to protect the financial system from getting issues, because no country can function when its financial system gets a problem. So it overprotects the lenders. I asked the governor the other day, we have a credit reference bureau where financial institutions go to check this person they are going to lend, whether they are not risky, whether they can pay back. Where is the Consumer Reference Bureau or the Customer Reference Bureau, where we, the borrowers, can go to check which financial institution to borrow from? When these issues are discussed, somebody can easily say, no, we have the customer protection, something. This is not what we are talking about, because sometimes the customer protection is done at a place where the customer actually finds it so difficult to access. So we need somewhere where you can easily type and you say, I go here. And also, if a lender is becoming stubborn, I can easily refer my case somewhere and we sort it out. So that one needs strengthening. And I've already now talked to the bank. We shall have discussions on this. At least my people, I told them. Domestic areas has come out very, very strongly. It was raised, and Robert emphasized it. First of all, I want to tell you that as government, we are very committed to paying domestic arrears, and we have been paying. The challenge has been in the processes of both contracting those arrears or accumulating them, and also of paying them, budgeting and paying for them. This year we are ending, we have spent over 650 billion, I think, on paying domestic arrears. That's a huge sum of money. And yet we are throwing a small stone in the ocean. You have a huge batch of them created by some indisciplined accounting officers. This one, we are dealing with it. Another one, by corruption. People supplying air, and also they want to be paid. And they have told me, some people who are assigned to study, that sometimes even those who have supplied air, they paid faster than those who have supplied genuinely. This one, I want to say, we are dealing with it. And this is not a finance problem, Minister of Finance. Usually you point at Minister of Finance. No, it's all over the place. In the Justice Ministry, where the Attorney General is very, very much helping us to reform this area. In the Justice as a branch, where also we are being helped. Revisiting the funds, Robert, we've already revisited them, by the way. It's only that perhaps we are not very good at communication. These funds are well packaged for each and every of those groups. When it comes to accessibility, we need to also be fair to ourselves, both sides. The suppliers of funds, both private and government, could be having an issue because you talked of the turnaround time of lending money, but also the borrowers themselves. I don't want to comment a lot on this issue. When I used to teach, I used to tell my students that Ugandan borrowers are risky. You lend to a Ugandan at your own risk, because they can easily, even a friend, imagine a friend. I used to use an example. You give a friend, he taps you, you are in the lecture, give me 5K. I'll bring it tomorrow. I forgot it. You give them. The following day, they don't sit with you. They sit there. You look around, where's my friend? He's there in the lecture. When the lecturer is gone, he's the first one to run out. After a couple of days, you bump into him. Say, my money. Tomorrow. You go back, my money. A Ugandan can look in your face and ask you, who was there when you were giving it to me? And he's a friend. So, Rob, we need also to work on the trust infrastructure. It raises the cost of credit, but also it raises the cost of assessment, both pecuniary and non-pecuniary cost. That's why financial institutions take time they are trying to find out. So, what is the trust infrastructure? Those are things which they are asking you. You need to be prepared to have a loan. But when they ask you these things, you don't want. You say, these people are delaying me. They are trying to be sure that you will repay the money. So let's work on that as well. Both sides. We are working on our institutions. Uganda Development Bank, if it is here, will tell you every time they come in my office to look for capital or whatever, we have made our checklist with the boxes. They must tick certain boxes now. Our other financial institutions, but also let's work on the other side. Finally, funding of productivity agencies more, because this now has also come up, because it's a popular thing. You have cut money of UCDA for coffee, finance your bad, and that appeals, you know. Now, this is the truth. There is a change in the policy by the government, informed by the lessons which have been learned, to reduce the hand of government in procuring things which are supposed to benefit particular targeted individuals. Procurement has been taking a great chunk of money. So nobody has cut the coffee seedlings. People are going to get more money for coffee seedlings. Only that now, those people are going to be the procurement officers, and not some few people who sit in a room to procure. What we have also done, and we're going to continue to do, is to support these agencies to play their cardinal role, and that is to regulate, ensure quality of these seeds which people are going to buy, instead of getting distracted into procurement. So there are no budget cuts here. It's actually budget repurposing to make things work better. The people of Uganda should be the procurement officers of their things, because we shall run a risk of contradicting ourselves. My friend here, C.S. Bag, was saying, to buy a pen in government, you may think this pen is coming from heaven. The procurement is terrible. The prices. Now, why don't we ask those who are going to use these things to buy them? A seedling, all of a sudden, will become cheaper. People will buy more seedlings and plant more coffee, as long as the quality is guaranteed. And that's where we are putting most of our money. So we haven't cut people's money. We have just repurposed to ensure that we achieve more efficiency. I thank you very much for being so patient with me and highlight all of these, and also for absolving me of certain crimes. I was among the first government people to come out, and I stated some of these things when I was issuing the third quarter release. I told the country, please, we are not going to cut taxes because it's not good. We are not going to issue subsidies. I've never been attacked like that night. All media houses, especially this Secretary of the Treasury. What is he saying? Which economics is this now? He told us another economics. Now, it's because I was telling you actually the economics which works, and that's the one. Thank you.
Thank you, Ramadan. All protocol is observed, as earlier mentioned by Ramadan. So a very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I think my task this afternoon is simple, because most of the issues that were discussed were to do with the budget and fiscal policy, but there were a few issues that were pointing to monetary policy. But let me begin by saying, having discussed all these issues, I really want to thank you so much for being candid with your views again, nobody has a monopoly of ideas. So what is important is how do we brainstorm on these ideas, all right, to see if we can arrive at a reasonable position, a position that is practical. And I think that's what we've been doing here. People have been flagging all kinds of ideas. But I think at the end of the day, some facts have been presented, and I think we're coalescing into something that we can take home. So, what is the Bank of Uganda response to all this, the impact of this rising commodity prices? In my opening remarks, I did mention that, not opening, but welcome remarks, I did mention that we want to avoid a knee-jerk reactive approach to rising commodity prices. So what do I mean by that? I did say that we need to take a long-term view and subject the outlook of inflationary developments, right, to a measured and data-dependent response to the rising commodity prices. And indeed, when we issued out the monetary policy statement in the month of April, we had inflation numbers for March at that time. And we'd seen inflation began picking up. But we did not do anything because we wanted to be better informed by the data. At the time when we were issuing that monetary policy statement, we were trying to find out what has been the impact of the rising commodity prices on the broader basket of goods and services covered in the CPI. And indeed, at that time, there was not much evidence. So, based on that, let me go to the point that I want to mention. Earlier on, the IMF rep said that in a supply-driven inflation, there's little that monetary policy can do, particularly in the first rounds, because this is a supply side, and we all agree that the inflation that we've witnessed right from March to now is largely attributed to supply side issues. I'm not discounting the fact that as a result of the reopening of the economy, aggregate demand picked up, and that to the extent that it picked up faster than the available supply, it might have contributed to rising inflation, but at least it was not reflected in the inflation numbers. And even if it was rising, it was still below the output gap. It was still below the potential, right, of the economy. So it was good for it to rise in order to drive GDP to its full output. So that wasn't a problem. But so now what we saw was the supply side that was occasioned by the Russia-Ukraine crisis. So in that kind of situation, how does the central bank react? And this is exactly what we did in April. We did not change the policy rate because there was no evidence that it was feeding into the prices. We've since then been studying the data. We got the April numbers where headline inflation had gone to 4.9, and I think core, I don't recall where, but about 4.2, 4.3. I could be wrong, but just around there. And what that is showing is that this is actually beginning to feed into other non-commodity prices. And there is a danger that it is becoming generalized price level increase. And normally the monetary authorities, what they do when something is becoming generalized and the price level is beginning to turn up, that is when the central bank reacts to that. But of course, in reacting to this, we need to remember that this is a supply side driven thing, and the economy is still recovering from the COVID-19 pandemic. So the growth is still soft, the growth is still weak. Indeed, if you look at the PMI for the month of March, it was showing that there was a softening in the output, although the one in April was slightly stronger than the one in March, but in general terms, growth is softening. So now, as the central bank is taking any monetary policy actions, it has to be mindful of the fact that growth is still weak. So we have to trade the delicate balance between not compromising the recovery of the economy or not further softening the growth, and also avoiding inflation expectations from becoming entrenched. By that I mean to say, if people believe that inflation is now taking root, they'll begin to make the adjustments based on the increasing price level. So as a central bank, you need to be very, very mindful of how you trade that delicate balance of supporting the recovery and also avoiding inflation from becoming entrenched in the minds of the people. But remember, the mandate of the central bank is to foster price stability. So in as much as we are mindful about the softening growth, we don't want to live outside our mandate. So depending on the data that we're going to get between now and the next MPC meeting, that will determine the extent to which the monetary policy is going to react. If the data so dictates, we shall do the needful, even if it's aggressive, because we don't want inflation to become entrenched. So that is the reaction that the central bank has so far taken in terms of the recent inflationary developments, because we are mindful. And why am I saying that? Inflation hurts the poor most, because the poor are vulnerable. My friend from Gulu was saying that you guys are seated here, you need to talk to the people of Moroto, people of Fort Portal, people of Nakapirpirit, people of Jumani. I think when we talk about inflation, we are talking to the people in those areas. So this discussion here is talking to the issues of the people, that how do we deal with inflation? So I want to reemphasize the point of macroeconomic stability that had been raised earlier on. I want to agree with the panelists who said it looks like Ugandans are beginning to take macroeconomic stability for granted. It is very dangerous if we begin to do that, because it looks like we'll be having a short memory. We all know where we're coming from. In 1986, annual inflation around December was 358%. We brought that down to single digits. And anything that wants to distort the kind of the macroeconomic environment that we have been implementing that has brought down that inflation to where it is very dangerous, particularly for the poor. I know when we want to send a message, we are sending a message that we are talking on behalf of the poor, on behalf of the people. But we need to ask ourselves, to what extent are the proposals we are putting on the table actually going to address the poor? I think that is where the discussion is missing a bit, and I thought this is what we wanted this policy workshop to inform. And I'm glad that it looks like there's a consensus that we need to be very, very mindful of our policy actions in as far as they impact the poor. So, price stability and ensuring that we have a sound and resilient financial sector is very, very important in ensuring that we maintain macroeconomic stability. Because you don't want to wake up, you put your money in the banking system, and inflation is eroding it. You go to your bank the following day, you find a big placard closed. That is not good for the people. So my dear friend, Dr. Bona, I think we also have a social contract with the people to ensure that we give them low and stable inflation, that when they go to the bank is not closed. So we are mindful of the people when we conduct our business, because we don't want inflation to erode the wealth of the people. So that's why we are taking all these actions to ensure that those vulnerable ones, particularly the poor ones, are not robbed of their wealth. And why are they vulnerable? They are vulnerable because they're poor, they cannot diversify, they don't have the capacity, they don't have the means to diversify into various assets. So the only financial assets most of them have is cash. So if inflation sets in, it means that the cash they have, its purchasing power will reduce, and you are hurting the poor more. So we are mindful of the poor as well. Now, there was the issue of localizing banks. Let me remind you, it's not the case that we don't have local banks in the indigenous financial institutions in this country. I will give you the example of Centenary Rural Development Bank. that is a local institution. We have the Post Bank Uganda. We have the Housing Finance Bank. We have the Pride Micro Finance. These are all local institutions. I think to have a much more informed discussion about these banks, I would invite my colleagues who are talking about localizing banks to attend tomorrow's discussion that has been organized by the National Planning Authority, and maybe that will actually inform the discussion on banks. Now, another issue was mentioned about currency, that Bank of Uganda should stop intervening in the foreign exchange market. I think we need to ask ourselves, why does Bank of Uganda intervene in the foreign exchange market? You are aware that up until April, maybe end of March, we were having very strong appreciation pressures. If Bank of Uganda had not intervened on the buy side to smooth out the appreciation pressures, I'm sure the exchange rate would have come to slightly north of 3,000 shillings per dollar. Because we had strong inflows. We had very strong inflows. And that's why we intervened on the buy side to smooth out the appreciation pressures. But you also need to ask yourself, what is happening right now? We're experiencing depreciation pressures, all right? So if Bank of Uganda does not smooth it out, all right, it means that the rate could be anywhere very, very high. So would you rather have a situation where the currency today is 3,000 and then tomorrow is 4,500? I think that disorganizes, the private sector and all those guys whose balance sheets reflect both assets in shillings and dollars. So, my friend from the IGC, we intervene to smooth out fluctuations, not to reverse the trend of the currency, because the trend of the currency is market determined, and we don't have any intention of reversing the trend. Right now, what we're seeing is that the terms of trade have shifted against Uganda, in that the import prices, particularly made up of the oil prices, have risen much, much higher. So therefore, the terms of trade are shifted against Uganda. And what happens when that, what happens to the currency? It has to depreciate. And indeed, you have seen the currency depreciate from 3,520 that we were seeing somewhere in late March to now, today as I'm speaking, 3,670, right? So that is reflecting of the market conditions. Also, we are aware of the fact that we had strong portfolio flows. And in our previous monetary policy statements, we have been saying that there are some upsides to inflation, in that when the advanced economies begin to tighten the financial conditions through reducing quantitative easing and raising their policy rates, we are likely to see a reversal of portfolio flows. And that might result into exchange rate depreciation and could also have an impact, a pathway to inflation. Those are the statements we have been issuing right from late last year up to our monetary policy statement in the month of...
The question of the governor or deputy governor, it is an office. And I want to refer all of you to go and read the NSSF Act, very well framed. It says there shall be a managing director and lists the roles of the managing director. And then it says there shall be a deputy managing director and lists no roles. Meaning the two are one and the same. The managing director and the deputy managing director handle those roles. So let this put it to rest. We are not in any crisis from that perspective. The crisis would have come already through failing to manage price stability and that financial sector. Your money is safe in the banks. That's what that sound financial system means. I haven't seen any one of you running to go and pick it up. You said you're actually putting more. And they have really done us some very good innovation, and I thought I would respond to that about we want regulation that is responsive. They did a very good job to shift the money mobile market under the central bank. We were losing our monies and people would simply, it has already been withdrawn. And we're not doing an effort to educate us now. Every time I listen to radios, they are trying to tell you, keep your PIN and doing, doesn't just come by choice. It's because the central bank demands you know your customer and you educate them You make mistakes, you're bringing us instability. So thank you very much, Central Bank, for really holding us. We have lots and lots of money is moving into the financial system, and this is where the conversation needs to go. You bosses can be in charge of certain data, but there are certain other high-frequency data that we need, and that's why PSST, we need to have a conversation here. For example, I want to know over the last 1 month, what has been the trend in mobile money transactions at the different frequencies? That's not for you, boss, but it's very critical for us to understand what is happening in the economy. And so we need this conversation, high frequency, and thank you again, Bank of Uganda, for the composite index for economic activity. That monthly indicator tells us, and it's already telling me the trend since COVID came is still downwards. So we might be saying we are recovering, the trend is still downwards. It may have slowed, but there is an up and down and the trend is down. How do we respond to some of these? This is critical planning data that we need to make the decisions that we need to make. I'm not here to say anything. The wrap-up has been well welcomed. We want to appreciate you for coming in and for giving your views. This conversation will continue. Please put it in your evaluation forms, what you have liked here, what you would want us to improve. Thank you very much, DG. Thank you very much, PSST. I think you may want to resume your seats as we wrap up this dinner. It's lunch. Anyway, we are doing 1 meal a day, tightening our belts. So call it what you want, but there is going to be food upstairs. Cassava is also, I think, on the menu, I hope. I'll be surprised if it's not. If there is any administrative issues to mention, the central bank has this slot. Otherwise, I'm going to request that we reconvene at a later date as will be advised. This man gave me the microphone and the podium. It is in due process that I give it back to him. He's trying to... Nalukwago Mile Isingoma, you changed goalposts. I'm very much aware of that, and you did not tell me. And the people I come after are twins. So the name Isingoma talks about twins. Come and give us a closing prayer before I read you where you went and ask for a goat. Nalukwago Mile Isingoma will tell us more as she gives us a closing prayer. Thank you very much, people, for being part of this conversation once again. Nalukwago.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Nalukwagomile Singoma, and what our moderator was talking about is not a change of goalposts, but serving. I've served with the URA, and now I'm serving with the Bank of Uganda. I'm here to give us a closing word of prayer, and I would like us to stand up for God. Let's all stand up and thank God for the opportunity He has given us. Let's bow our heads for a word of prayer. Dear Lord God, we thank you for the opportunity that you have granted us to have a great debate on the implications of high commodity prices. We thank you, Lord, for the minister, the monetary policy lead, the deputy governor, the fiscal policy lead, the PSST, and all leaders that we have here who have guided us through this debate. We thank you, dear Lord God, for the various presenters, the panelists, and most of all, our great moderator. We thank you, Lord God, for the physical and online participants of this debate. And we also thank you, Lord, for all the organizers from the Bank of Uganda, Ministry of Finance, and Serena Hotel. We pray, dear Lord, that all that is deliberated upon here today is used to guide implementation of initiatives for the good of our country and its citizens. We pray, dear Lord, that the feedback that we have received from the various leaders and the discussants is valuably taken by the people of our country and the influencers to be able to guide our citizens. We pray, dear Lord God, for good health and wisdom to all decision makers in their respective capacities. And last but not least, Lord, we pray for journey mercies to all the participants and all present here. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.